The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey, what's up? Making a couple of last-minute additions to my list here. Good afternoon. Welcome. We're here live today. It's been a real back-and-forth kind of week around here. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is out all this week. If you'd like to join us, there's a lot of ways you can do that. Text me 35192. If you want to call us live, you can. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. Been hearing from a lot of our bureau chiefs down in Florida who've been checking in. We were out yesterday because of the Guardians playoff game yesterday afternoon, which they ended up losing. Did you watch the whole thing?
I watched it.
Did you?
It was not encouraging.
Well, they got to win tonight, yeah?
Yeah, they got to win tonight, and they got to win Saturday.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. We will be airing the Cavaliers here on MMS. You'll hear the Guardians down there in WTAM 1100. But they are in what? And again, you know me, I'm not Joe Sports, but what sports aficionados refer to as a must-win situation. I think I've heard more than a few people use that phrase, a must-win situation. And that phrase is overused, to be sure, but it's true tonight. But I found myself, maybe it was the tail end of the game, I found myself clicking back and forth yesterday between the game and hurricane coverage down there in Florida. I was transfixed. Because, you know, we have the luxury of watching it from afar. And the networks and everybody involved, anybody doing any kind of coverage, it really does become weather porn is what it is, because you're just watching these massive surges go through. And judging from the people that I've heard from who are down there, they're like they avoided, I guess, what they had been describing, what was going to be the worst case scenario, which is basically that, you know, Tampa was going to get wiped off the map or whatever. But our boss, his mom lives down there, and so I guess she was checking in with him, and the situation that they're in is not as dire as in some other places, but if you've seen any of the coverage of what happened down there in Florida, and, you know, they're already tracking the next storms to come through. They're tracking, they name these things alphabetically, so they're already tracking Hurricane Leslie.
Hey.
Although this was Milton. Are they go? Yeah. Don't they? They go. I thought they went in alphabetical order.
Are they going in reverse?
What
was the one?
Helene.
Helene. Maybe this one they started tracking before Milton, but Milton just landed first.
I see.
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know either, because they're tracking Leslie. They're tracking Nadine, which is one of those is off the North Atlantic coast, and then they are tracking something that is going to be coming along the east coast of Florida. So, again, between all of these major weather systems down there on either coast of Florida, America's penis is getting beset on all sides by undue pressure. And so they're keeping an eye on those. But I'm sure that by now we've all seen some coverage and photos of what happened down there in Florida. But they did. I was fascinated by a guy, one of the weather dudes for, I don't remember which channel it was, but he was describing something called the reverse storm surge. You hear about the storm surge where, all the weathermen were using those like 3D graphics to show you how tall things are. They're like, hey, this is what 12 feet looks like. And most people, I think probably most adult men are hovering around 6 feet tall. And so you can pretty much figure out what that looks like mathematically. But the reverse storm surge is what one guy was talking about. And that is when the winds blow the water back out to sea. Those waves got to go somewhere. So a lot of that water goes inland, obviously, but a lot of it goes back out. And they're trying to tell people, hey, don't go out in, like the receding.
It's coming back.
It's coming back. Like out there in Tampa Bay, the water would go back out. And so there's a lot of people who, if you were to take half a second and think about it, that would make perfect sense to you. But I don't hear people talking about that. And so watching a guy trying to do coverage on the reverse storm surge, I was like, yeah, there's probably a lot of people not thinking about that when the winds blow the water back out. And so, a lot of people down there woke up to their car on their roof or someone else's boat in their front yard. There's alligators in the floodwaters. So there's a lot of...
Got to be careful of that.
Got to be careful of that. A lot of people posting a video of that. I was reading about a guy named Jeff Weiler. This guy was a 61-year-old engineer. Well, he still is 61. He was an engineer. And he lives down there in Punta Gorda, which is right in that area where it was all going to be blowing through. And he decided to stay put. He's like, I'm one of those guys who thinks that every time they make these storms out to be a huge, huge deal, that they're not that bad. And this is a guy who lives down there. So I guess he's judging from his own anecdotal experience. He goes, every time they say it's going to be terrible, it's not really that bad. He's like, Helene was bad. We're hot on the heels of that, whatever. I figured I'd stay put, this guy. The trouble is that just last year, he cashed in his 401k to purchase a boat. He put all of his money into a 60-footer. This was going to be part of his retirement dream. Some of these guys and women too, they work their entire lives. They go, I'm moving, I'm going to Florida. It is the senior citizen capital of this country. It's the retirement capital of this country. And this guy was no different. And he put his entire 401k into buying this boat. And this boat has been completely destroyed. He finally...
Now, how does the insurance work on that? Because I know a lot of the times they say, we don't insure stuff because we tell you to leave, we tell you not to keep your boat there, we tell you, so, they have so much insurance that they have to pay out that on a boat of a guy that refused to leave the area.
Well, he paid a full year of insurance on his boat. He just got the boat out of the shop for repairs.
Okay.
And he wasn't retired yet. He planned to work for another year. This is all part of his retirement.
Yeah, make it 6 now.
Yeah. And he said, I cashed in my retirement to buy that boat, and it's gone. His dog Einstein was sitting next to him. And, but again, especially in a place like Florida where it's getting harder to insure homes, it's getting harder to insure everything because of climate change. A lot of these states like that, good luck with the insurance because insurance companies, as you know, their business model is finding ways to not pay things out. And so there's all kinds of fine print. And it just gets very, very hairy down there. But I was fascinated by the notion of this guy who goes, I'm going to go to Florida, which is a place that it's beset by huge storms for many, many years, right? I mean, not historically as bad as this, as frequent, but a guy that goes, I'm putting all my 401k into this boat because he's got a dream. He's like, maybe he's going to live on the boat. I don't know. It's just him and his dog. Maybe he was a guy that watched a lot of Miami Vice back in the day. And he thought, man, that is the way to go. There's all kinds of dudes who have that kind of dream. They kind of have that Sonny Crockett Hemingway kind of vibe in their brain. And they go, that's what I'm going to do. And this guy...
well, you could do it in the 80s.
Do it in the 80s. I mean, Sonny had a pet alligator, right? Mm-hmm. Sonny Crockett had a pet alligator. This guy's just got Einstein, his little dog,
good dog,
sitting there next to him. And his retirement plan and all of his money gone because he put it into that boat. But then, that was a decision that he made, I guess. I was watching another thing on the people who were stranded at Disney. People who went down there for vacation, and then Disney goes, we're closing everything down at 1 in the afternoon. I mean, up until the last minute, they showed people trying to go into Disney. Now, I'm on record. I don't understand the grown-ass men and women who are obsessed with Disney. I don't get it. I'm not talking about people with children. I'm not talking about people who have saved their lives for a family trip. I'm talking about grown-ass men and women who are obsessed with Disney, who are like, we're going to go even if there's a storm coming. And a lot of those people got stranded at Disney because you can't get a flight out, in a situation like this. There's no gas. You're not going to get a rental car. There's not. So when they talk about why don't people just leave, it couldn't possibly be that simple. Like I said, it's the retirement capital of the country too. So you get a lot of people who simply can't. They're not that mobile. They can't do that kind of stuff. A lot of people have to hunker down. You never hear about hunkering up. I'd like to point that out too. A lot of talk about hunkering down, and you have to wonder why hunkering up hasn't been examined more as a possible option. I don't even know what it is, but it might be worth looking into. So the people that we've heard from are customers who listen to the show on iHeartRadio. They're in Florida, who are, things around them are in bad shape, but they're safe. And that's always good news. I got more money for you, by the way. 2:30 is going to be the next chance for you to hear one of those keywords and $1,000 pinned right to it, and that could go into your pocket. So we'll do that next one at 2:30. I'll have Dayton Cook tickets for you later on as well. We're going to get to Whoopsie's Week 6 picks. Bill's dog will pick the next handful of games as we come up to the Browns game on Sunday. Who are they playing? Jacksonville?
No.
Who are the Browns playing?
The Browns are playing the Eagles.
Eagles.
They already played Jacksonville. That's the only win they have.
There you go. Browns will be in Philly this weekend. And we'll take a break here. 35192. You want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Ohio football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone with BetMGM's second chance promotion. You'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going even after the first player crosses the goal line. Plus, you can enjoy second chance all season long. Place a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. 21 and over and present in Ohio. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
When you take part in the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's, you're not just walking. You're fighting for a different future. We're closer than ever to stopping Alzheimer's. But to get there, we need you. Join us at alz.org/walk.
All right. Protect yourself, Ohio. Get your shots for COVID and flu today. A message from the Ohio Departments of Health and Aging.
Your next holiday just got bigger and better with Aer Lingus flights from Cleveland. Fly non-stop to Dublin from Cleveland and explore connections to over 25 cities across Europe. Get great fares now on airlingus.com.
Kevin Moret for Mentality Men's Health and Enough is Enough. Weak in the gym, overlooked, no respect. Over 20,000 men have fixed this problem with us, face-to-face here in Cleveland. Mentality Health offers custom testosterone treatment that works. Go to lowtusa.com and enter code FORCE. It's time to stop being the victim and start being the man you're supposed to be.
This is Robert. Hey there. Robert is an over-the-road trucker. He takes his business very seriously.
Yes, I do.
Robert traded up to Geico for serious commercial coverage, ensuring not just his truck, but his cargo too. All for seriously low rates, with serious savings for his inspection history.
So they're going to be a talking animal with a catchphrase like a armadillo?
What the armadillo?
There he is.
No, this is a serious Geico ad.
Aww.
Get more with Geico Commercial Insurance. Trade up today at geico.com/commercial.
I'll be honest, I'm really worried about my kids and grandkids. I never thought we'd be facing a national abortion ban in this country.
That's Kim. She lives in Cincinnati and is a grandma to 6.
If something happened to my family, I'd want them to have all the help they need. But with a national ban, they'll have nowhere to turn.
Bernie Moreno supports a national abortion ban, and he has said he is 100% against abortion with no exceptions. And if Moreno's in the Senate, he could be the deciding vote to pass a national abortion ban.
Last year, we voted to protect abortion in Ohio. Now, Bernie Moreno wants to get rid of that completely. It's simple. I don't trust Bernie Moreno to do what's right for my family. He should never be Ohio's senator.
Your Community PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising, paid for by Your Community PAC, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. Learn more at yourcommunitypac.org.
Cold weather is creeping in and deer season is here. Stop by the Finn and pick up all your camo apparel to keep warm in the stand. King's Men's Wind Defender Pro Fleece Jacket and Pants Set, $249.99. 20% off all in-stock women's DSG hunting apparel. Buy the Habit Roaring Springs packable rain jacket and get the pant for free, only $29.99. Save $60 when you purchase the Scent Blocker Men's Shield Solstice Jacket and Pant, $199.99. Get to the Finn and suit up for this year's hunting season.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Celebrate fall at Blue Heron Brewery and Event Center, featuring Oktoberfest, hearty lagers, and crisp ales to capture the essence of the season. Join us for festive fun, great food, and the best beers in town. Raise a glass to fall and reserve your spot at BlueHeronMedina.com.
In the criminal justice system, prosecutors bring the charges, and judges make sure justice is done. Prosecutors have to be tough and
free never sounded so good.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True dat.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Ooh. Deftones? Why not? Hey, I got another $1,000 for you in a few minutes here if you want to get your grubby little mitts on some of this money from the Buzzard bookie. I will give you a shot to do that. In about 8 minutes from now, about 30 past every hour, you will have an opportunity to grab some of that money. You will hear Cavs basketball tonight here on WMMS. The Guardians are also playing. You'll hear that on WTAM 1100. Preseason Cavaliers basketball tonight. Reggie Miller and the Pacers are in town against the 0-1 Cavaliers. This far into the season and they're 0-1. Come on. Beat by the Bulls.
In a preseason game.
In a preseason game. So 6:30, we'll roll out tonight. Make way for pregame coverage, 7 o'clock tip-off over there at the Romo Fijo. And somebody's already injured. Max Struess. Strus or Struss?
Strus.
Strus. Max Strus got himself a little hip injury. So,
now's the
listen.
time to do that.
Yeah.
A little hip injury, get it better, get back out there and start contributing when the regular season begins.
Regular season will begin October the 23rd, which places it squarely 2 weeks from yesterday. So you'll hear that tonight.
Are we doing
on MMS? Are we doing what?
Are we doing anything with it? Are we going to be there like last time? Last year we were there with Bridget, remember?
Oh, for opening? I have no idea. No clue at all if that's going on.
That was the beginning of the what do we do? The dump trucks and docking, I believe we thought docking was there.
The dump trucks, yeah.
Dump trucks and docking.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we did the Cavs opening day there at the Romo Fijo. Boy, that doesn't seem like it was a full year ago.
I know, right?
But it was.
Well, I think last year they opened on the road, so it was a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So but it's still been about a year, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Alan, my boyfriend's dad lives in Punta Gorda, and they always stay in their house and have hurricane parties with Xanax and alcohol. I mean, I guess you were going to, when that guy parties, boy, he parties. And so I guess if you are going to hunker down, what better way to do it than to knock yourself on your ass? Because you're not really going to care, right? You might not have that much to lose to begin with. What's the hurricane drink? You ever heard of hurricane? It's like a sweet drink.
It's a tiki drink, right?
Is that what it is? A lot of juices and things in there?
Fresh squeezed juices.
Hurricane. So that would be a rum drink then if it's I do like tiki drinks, but they go down easy and then they hit you all at once.
Mm-hmm. Man, that sounds fun.
A handful of people are telling me that we're getting the Northern Lights again tonight. I was reading a thing that the Northern Lights are going to, because of some solar storm, that the neon lights, or not the neon lights, the Northern Lights are going to be visible much farther south than they normally would be. Last time we got them here, I mean, a lot of people gathered along the lakefront, and at that time that we were getting them because of some solar storm, but even that was farther south than they normally are. I don't know if there is any credence to this, just because people tell me that's the case. I don't know, but I was reading this morning that there are a number of solar radiation storms.
Well, it'll probably be like last time where you have to do like a long exposure camera.
We had to
get like an actual picture of it. Like they're not super visible to the naked eye.
No, you could kind of see them way off in the distance. We just live a few blocks from the lake, and so we all got in the car and we went out to Huntington Beach near where we live and stood out there on the lakefront at like friggin' 10:30 at night on a school night and watched. And it was, it's interesting. It's
I'll pop up to my roof tonight and check it out. I mean, why not?
You live right there on the lake.
Right there on the lake.
Man, you
Good
just have to
spot
go
for
up
it.
one floor and you're up there on the roof.
Yep.
I got to get
2
in the
floors,
car.
actually.
2 floors.
Because we're it's a 10-floor building, and then there's a floor. You got to get up. So it's 2 flights of steps.
Yeah.
2.5 technically.
Yeah. So a solar storm hurtling across the cosmos to Earth. And I always feel like they it's a spoonful of sugar with a situation like this, because solar storms can really, really jack up like cell towers and things like that. And so you hear half the stories that you read are about how cool it's going to be if we see the aurora borealis. But with that, or what precipitates that, are these solar storms that can really screw up communications devices and things like that. So who knows? It's just a fun time to be alive, whether you're down there in Florida, whether you're still digging out from the last hurricane there in North Carolina, whether you're worried about impending solar storms. It's a fantastic time to be. We had a good run, and it's may you live in interesting times is what they always say. And I guess we are. We will have a full week of shows next week, by the way. It's been real off and on this week because of Guardians baseball. I don't know how much longer that they'll be in it, but we will be here all next week, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, I don't believe they'll have any. Once it gets to the ALCS and NLCS, those are primetime games.
There you go.
I don't think they have any daytime games.
Nothing that'll jam us up.
Correct.
You know, I get the...
we might not be playing them because there might be a Cavs game, so there might be that, but we don't have to worry about that. That's not our problem.
No, we're not preempted by Cavaliers games. Those are nighttime games.
But I mean, what if they had one?
What if they had what?
Maybe they start doing the playoffs at 2 p.m.
Oh, then it would be a different situation, I guess. I don't know. But to the best of my knowledge, we're going to be here a full week next week, which is always the way I want to do things. I'm available to work.
I got some important information from our program director, Rob Anthony.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
Hammer some broccoli and beans for dinner tonight. That way, when you go up on the roof, you'll have some good stairway farts.
Oh, that's what he wanted you to do?
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing about the programming for the station. Just he wants a good stairwell fart.
Well, he is trying to. That's
every
tangentially
aspect,
according. Yeah, it's
all part of programming.
It's all part of programming. Now he's trying to program your colon.
To program my farts.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not up to anyone but you, if you pardon the pun. And frankly, I don't know that it's really that much of a priority. It's something that for a while we were really hammering you on.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Well,
maybe the moment has passed.
Maybe we'll see what happens. I can get some. I can eat some broccoli, some beans,
some beans. There you go.
I feel like when I try and eat foods that make me fart, it doesn't happen that way. Although, man, I had some breakfast at my layover in Detroit, or not in Detroit, in Dallas, on my way back, and the farts that I had after that.
Well, yeah,
they had like this egg
food
souffle stuff that I got.
What are you doing?
It was free.
It was a free egg souffle?
Yeah.
Who was giving away egg souffles?
I was in one. I don't like to talk about that.
Oh, you were in the lounge. Oh, you were living lounge life. Boy, you and Mary, you guys are out there fancy when you're traveling. Wow.
Yeah. It's I got this weird souffle thing. Just because it was like one of the only things they had. So I'm like, I'll try a bite of it.
Was it big or was it like the size of a tart?
It was just like a little square. Like it was a tray of stuff and they had it cut into squares. And so it was like the size of like a brownie, basically. Right. And so I just got a little bit of it.
Those are probably some old ass eggs too.
No, they're fresh.
Oh.
It's fresh. It's the Centurion Lounge, Alan.
I don't even know what those words mean.
Exactly. But had some eggs and the farts that came from that were, luckily the flight was over, unless I let some out when I was sleeping. But
it worked that fast, you mean? You got on you had the tart.
I had the tart.
Got on the flight.
Landed, and then the farts started on my way to my girlfriend's house.
Oh, I see.
So like it was probably around 1 o'clock and I was just hotboxed myself in the car and
And you think that it was because of that? What did you have prior to that?
Let's see.
I mean, you were drinking a lot, right?
Yeah, some booze, and then
It's probably a combination.
Yeah,
because
like
we,
I can't even remember.
By the time
what
you
did
hit
I eat? I ate something that day, but I don't remember what it was.
By the time you had the egg thing, that was probably the cherry.
Maybe
it
was the mushrooms. Who knows?
God.
Well, they had some mushrooms.
Yeah.
You got a guy that specializes in comedy that's mixed with science and psychedelics. Mushrooms are plentiful, and so I didn't take a lot. I just took a little, like a cap and a half. Got a little bit of trails going.
Yep.
Perfect.
Expand your mind and your rectum. All right, I've got to give you some money here. Happy to do it. It's $1,000. It is courtesy of the Buzzard bookie, so listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Next chance for you to win in 1 hour. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us messages there, whether you're checking in from a hurricane-ravaged state or not.
Hi, Alan. This is Maria. I'm listening to the podcast from yesterday's show where you were at your friend's house listening to Kiss Lick It Up, and the brother was listening to Depeche Mode while trying to drown out your friend's parents having sex. I'm telling you, I haven't laughed that hard in so long. Thank you so much. I really needed that. Hate the show. Love you. Bye.
Listen, you want to talk about... Boy, thank you, Maria. You want to talk about people who are grateful, Bill. Grateful for what happens here, right? That woman sounds like we changed her life. If for only a few minutes. I was mentioning when I was telling that story, you can only imagine the cacophony in that house of us blaring Kiss. My friend's brother, mind you, we're in the 5th grade. My friend's brother blaring Depeche Mode and the mom screaming back there. And our friend Members Only Dave was kind enough to put that together. He sent it to me and said, hey, I created the cacophony for you. So it's some Kiss, it's some Depeche Mode, there's some porno noises in
the
there,
Kiss really
too.
drives the train on that one.
Yeah, they really do. But as they should.
But,
listen.
There we go. That was good. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. He's out there doing fine work, Members Only Dave. And, listen, I can't cast my mind back that far and remember exactly what it sounded like. But it was... I'll also say that their parents were not, this was not like an afternoon quickie. They were back there for a while. Because I remember it was summertime, and so we were going back and forth inside and outside the house. And it was going on for quite a while. So maybe they just hadn't gotten around to it in a minute. Maybe mom and dad, parents know this, that you really do have to schedule those kinds of times if you have kids and everybody's working and everybody's busy and it's not especially romantic, but you've got to pencil in those maintenance pumps, as it were, and maybe that's what they were doing. I don't know. I just know that when it was all over, they came out like nothing had happened. They launched right back into parent mode. You guys hungry? You need anything?
Mm-hmm.
His mom couldn't have been sweeter.
Clear heads. Instead of post-nut
Post-nut clarity.
Yeah.
They both had it.
Post-nut clarity really helps with parenting as well. People don't know that.
It's ironic, really, because that's what got you in trouble in the first place. If only you had had pre-nut clarity, you'd get to keep all your money. But nevertheless, thank you, Maria. I do appreciate that. I get these emails that take the place of what used to be radio trade magazines, right? These things aren't really printed anymore. But like any other industry, radio had its trade magazines. But a lot of them have been distilled down to email, e-blasts now. And every time, and we're going to see more and more of them, obviously. Climate change, these storms are going to get more frequent and more intense. But these radio trade emails are always about how indispensable radio is in times of inclement weather like that, right? Because there's local radio stations. Now, they are absolutely correct. You know, you might have your favorite podcast or whatever, but they aren't telling you what's happening down the street when a hurricane is bearing down on your city. So when they talk about radio stations performing that public service, they're absolutely correct. It would be cool if that wasn't the only thing. They were like laser focused. They're like, yeah, this is when we really get it, when there's terrible weather coming through. There was a story about this company's cluster in Asheville where the people at the radio stations were essentially trapped there.
Yeah.
They've been working and living there for like a week. And, you know, I guess it was supposed to be some feel-good story within our industry about how they were committed to informing the public, and I'm sure that that's what it was. But if you're trapped there, you also kind of don't have a choice. You're not going to be the guy sitting out in the lobby, not doing stuff. You're going to go, well, I might as well be on the air. Alexander down in Tampa, he was the guy that was trying to take care of his dad, and they didn't have a car. No major damage, just a few fallen trees. The problem is me and 1 million people are out of power. Every road around me is flooded, so I have no idea what to do.
That's why they tell you to evacuate.
Yeah, I don't. Well, but again, it sounded like his dad was infirmed, and it's not that easy. Just
right. No, I get that.
Throwing people in the car. That's why I always think about, you know, these times where people are flooded. I always think about people who are like driving Teslas, you know, EVs, because that's a whole other situation people have to contend with if they're driving an electric vehicle and everything gets flooded. But anyway. Thank you, Maria. Thank you to Kiss and Depeche Mode and everybody involved in the that soundtrack. An anecdote that has been burned onto my brain low these decades. How is Bill's hot tub grilled cheese restaurant coming along? I think somebody stole that idea from you, by the way. I saw somebody render that in AI. And it was a restaurant where people were in hot tubs full of cheese. And I don't know that it was a grilled cheese situation.
We could not get the Capitol, get it off the ground.
Right.
We tried.
Yeah.
But.
I mean, imagine you're running a business like that, because that was another part of the coverage of these storms is business owners and people who are, you know, they're trying to get water out of their bar or their restaurant or whatever. Imagine you're running a hot tub grilled cheese restaurant and you get flooded. I mean, there's all kinds of waterborne illnesses now that you have to contend with. You've got giant tubs full of cheese. That's where it differed. The AI is that the hot tubs had cheese in them. It was people in the cheese.
Yeah,
Bill's idea was, no, that's gross. You're talking about eating grilled cheese while you're in a hot tub.
Right, your regular hot tub.
Regular water.
And then you have sandwiches and, you know, soup and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not putting it in the water with you. That's gross.
Egg tarts, would you serve?
That'd be absurd.
See, you got to draw a line somewhere, and that would now you're being ridiculous.
It's about boundaries, Alan.
Yes, now you're being ridiculous.
2020s are about boundaries.
You're signing waivers and consent forms. That's all de rigueur these days. I've got to take a break. You want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. You want to watch the show, find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and you can do it, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
What are you putting milk in?
I eat a lot of cereal.
Okay. What about almond milk?
Perfect in cereal. Is it?
Snitch, you love the earth, don't you?
Don't tell me about how much water it uses.
That's right. He's every time.
I don't care. I hate water.
Every time Snitzer takes a sip of almond milk, he dries out the planet.
Is that California?
Kills the next generation.
I think each almond takes 8 gallons of water.
Good. Should be 10.
Dude, if you get canceled over a water remark.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.
Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see comedian Dane Cook. He's on the Fresh New Flavor Tour. Brings him to the Akron Civic Theater. That show is on October the 24th. That is 2 weeks from tonight. Ticketmaster.com will have all the info for you, provided the show isn't sold out. You can get tickets there as well. This pair for you, Dane Cook, on the 24th, down in Akron. Good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. A drummer. Or even the real musician, he just makes a noise. If he played the violin or the piano, anything that made sense, but the drums.
100.7 WMMS.
Cavs basketball tonight, 7 o'clock tip-off against the Indiana Pacers at the Romo Fijo. Cavs basketball here on MMS. Your Guardians game will air down the hall on WTAM 1100. And then this Sunday, it's a return of the Cox Out pregame. 3 weeks in a row. It's been a blast. A lot of because the next one's not till like mid-November. So it's always a lot of fun to get out, hang with you guys. The next one is this Sunday. I'll be back at the Lakewood Truck Park from noon to 2. Browns are going to be in Philly. And so I'll be posted up there in Lakewood on Sunday. So come on out. Might get yourself to Vegas. We're doing that Bud Light football challenge. How's your arm? It's like pop a shot, but with the football. Most people go overhand. I've seen people do it underhand. I don't know that there's this past Sunday I was out at the local bar in Strongsville, and there were people doing it underhand, and I don't know if they had any more luck with that method. But people, I think, understandably, if you're throwing a football, you default to doing it overhand like you would normally throw a football. But for the purposes of a game like that, where you're trying to get into these holes, that might not work as well.
Get in those holes.
Might not
Fill
come at
up
it.
the holes.
Fill up the holes. You might not work the way you want it to. Anyway, Sunday, noon to 2. Come hang with MMS and Bud Light and yours truly for the Cox Out pregame, noon to 2. And then we got to wait a few weeks. It's
It'll
a lot
be a
of fun.
perfect day for it, too, I believe.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's supposed to be like 70 degrees, isn't it?
All right.
Because it was rainy last time we were at the Lakewood
Last time it was rainy
Truck
this
Park.
time. And they still have like an inside area, too.
They
so
do.
It's not like it's a washout if it rains.
Well, this says rainy on Sunday,
rainy on
too.
Sunday, too.
But it's going to be
Well,
almost
good thing I
70
covered our
degrees.
bases there.
Well, because we rotate these locations, right? Some weeks I'm at the Parma Tavern, some weeks I'm at Lakewood Truck Park, some weeks I'm at the local bar in Strongsville. And all of them are, the venues themselves are great. So it doesn't matter to me where we are. It's a lot of fun. So that'll be on Sunday. Some people down there in Florida taking umbrage with the fact that somebody posted some drone footage of the field, Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. The roof got torn off and some damage done to the field itself. And I was a local newscaster or something. He's a local guy in Tampa who covers Rays baseball. And he posted drone footage and referred to it as absolutely heartbreaking. And people were really not happy with that description since there are actual people and homes and things that were destroyed down there as well. If you're watching live, I'll show you some of this footage here. It is pretty wild. I mean, that roof just came right off. I mean, it was not a hard top dome, right? I mean, this looks like it was
like a soft.
Yeah.
It's like a rag top.
Rag top. It really is. But you'd think in Florida they might give them a hard dome. But yeah, it's really torn up the field there. But obviously in a normal situation, the Rays could probably play somewhere else. So it is pretty
They
wild.
got plenty of time to get it.
Yeah,
in
they
shape
figure
for
it
next
out.
Season. Yeah.
But also, it's not like they're playing postseason ball.
And aren't they in talks to being moved to or split in time with Montreal?
Yeah,
or
something like that. They're still having those conversations, and maybe this will push them one direction or the other. But except for about half a dozen panels, the wedges of this soft top dome, the whole thing's torn away. There's no structural damage to the park, but some people took exception to this guy referring to it as absolutely heartbreaking. But he's a sports guy. I'm sure that is heartbreaking to him to look upon his beloved Tropicana field.
Right.
And brings
Which
a tear
I believe
to his eye.
is the worst place to play baseball in the entire Major League.
Why is that?
I think just because it's not a very, like, it's an old stadium. There's no, there's just nothing to it really.
Well,
like there's no atmosphere really.
What
and the attendance isn't great.
What I feel worse about is they were going to use Tropicana Field as a place to shelter people.
Yeah,
they were going to have first responders there. They were going to have they were going to be sheltering some people, but there was going to be like a staging area for first responders. And then the roof flew off. So
that is so crazy.
Weren't able to use that as a shelter.
Wow.
They got a bunch of tornadoes down there too. The hurricanes brought tornadoes with them. There was a girl who posted some initial footage. I don't have it, but I'm sure you can find it on social media. This girl who was like, this is 2 straight unedited minutes of footage of this storm coming in. So she's like, this is not a supercut. This is 2 straight minutes. And it was just off in the distance. It was just pitch black, but it was lightning flashes in every direction. And it was making weird noises and it was howling. And it was, so it wasn't like something she put together. She's like, this is just what this is. So they were unable to use that as any kind of shelter because the storm tore the roof off. So out there on the field, they had everything kind of laid out. They had cots.
I guess someone in the chat, Paul, said that they had people there and they had to evacuate them.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There was video going around of a guy walking out in Naples, Florida, when the storm was actively coming through. There was a dude in like a yellow slicker who was just slogging his way through. It looked like neck-deep water. This guy is trying to get out to this pier that's extended out into the ocean there. And you can kind of see him. There's no sound in the video, and it looks like it's, I don't know if it's color, but just the way that the storm came in, it looked largely gray. But this guy is in like a slicker or something, and he's just trudging out there to get to this pier. And I'm like, what's he trying to do? Well, he was out there to plant a Trump flag in the middle of the storm out there on the... Now, remember, it's not a cult. But this guy imagine risking your life for a dude who couldn't give a thin, wet turd about you to get out there. He probably would, even if he had washed away in the storm, he would have owned the libs. And that's the most important part. But just this guy like pushing against the storm and the waves are crashing against and over this pier. And it's just, and that probably wasn't even, when the storm had come all the way through. It was just, the whole situation looked life-threatening. And he got out there he lifts it up finally, this big, long flagpole, and you beautiful, beautiful dummies. You gotta love it.
I couldn't care less.
You what?
It's just such a crazy thing to do.
I couldn't care less about baseball. It's barely less boring than golf. I might as well be watching the grass grow. But
it's barely. What do you say? It's barely less boring than golf.
Yep.
So it is less boring than golf. Just barely. Okay.
Barely.
Couldn't care less about baseball. It's barely less boring than golf. I might as well be watching the grass grow. But if my favorite show has to be preempted by bringing joy and entertainment and maybe some hope to the good people of Cleveland, I guess it is what it is.
So what's he saying? The baseball is what's good? Like he doesn't care about baseball, but
he doesn't care about baseball, but he says if we're going to be preempted, because I guess we are his favorite show, which it seems like he doesn't have a lot of favorites in his life, so we are honored.
Thank you. Yep.
But I feel like he was saying that if we're going to be preempted, then it's going to bring hope to the city, then that's a good
that the
thing.
baseball would bring hope to the city. I see. To the good people. Right. I was going to say, this show, unfortunately, is broadcast to the good and bad people of Cleveland.
We bring dopes to the city.
That's right. We don't discriminate. It doesn't matter to us if you are a good person of Cleveland or a bad person of Cleveland. Deep Dark Secret, of course, a lot of people don't realize, it doesn't matter. But, okay, so he's saying if you have to get preempted by something, good thing that it's something that might bring hope to the good people of Cleveland. Yeah. I heard Stansbury talking about, and I'll move on from the storm here, but I heard Stansbury talking about this guy they're calling Lieutenant Dan.
Oh, I've seen some videos.
Is that because I have to assume that's because he has no legs?
No, he's got legs. He just lives on a boat in, I don't know, and he just looks kind of grungy.
I thought the whole part of Lieutenant Dan was that he didn't have any legs.
I mean, that
Gary Sinise and Forrest Gump.
Part of the movie had legs.
Right.
And he got new legs, too.
And so this guy said that he was going to ride out the storm in his boat. And people were, the nation was gripped by the story of this guy. He's in a sailboat out there in Tampa Bay. It's covered with a tarp. And he goes, I'm going to ride out this hurricane. His real name is Joe Malinowski. And he said that he would not evacuate the boat because that is his home. And why would he leave his home? Now, not to be confused with our own Joe Kalinowski, Bill, who, to the best of my knowledge, does not live on a boat.
No.
Okay, so Lieutenant Dan, this guy they call Lieutenant, he only has one leg.
Oh, I guess he's got missing 1 foot. I just saw him like popping out. Okay.
Well, because when I first read he's missing 1 foot, I thought they just meant he was short.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense then.
He's a one-legged veteran. And he said the safest place, this is his quote, the safest place to be in a flood is on a boat, okay? We learned that with Noah. So he's got a good head on his shoulders. But everybody said that they were worried about him. They were hoping he was going to be okay. And here he is. I'll show you a little bit of him here. I guess he...
I'm going to go live in a minute. Are you going to be okay? I'm going to be fine. I don't think people realize you're so close to down. I mean, you could just get off if something bad happened. You know what I mean? I'm not going anywhere because the safest place to be is on a boat in a flood.
Right. Okay, listen, this is his home. He's not going to leave his home. He's living there on a sailboat under a tarp. And this guy's like, I'm not going anywhere. Where am I going to go? I don't blame the guy. The mayor threatened, and this is where you become a folk hero. The mayor threatened to take him into custody for his own good. You know, that was another thing people were screaming about is they weren't going to evacuate the prisons when this storm went through. And I was like, is that something they normally do, is evacuate the, like, where are you going to put them? That's always my question. Where are you going to put them? The them being anybody they're talking about moving around. But the storm passed. Lieutenant Dan made it out safe and sound in his boat. But they pointed out, even if he had been taken into custody, that has happened a lot to him. He has 40-plus mugshots on record. Somebody asked him how he lost his leg. He said, I was going to change my virginity on my 16th birthday. Me and my girlfriend had it all worked out. And on the way to her house, I was driving my scooter, and I took my eyes off the road for a second.
Okay, so I thought he lost it. I thought he was
like
so many twists and turns with this guy
in service to his country.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because they refer to him as a one-legged veteran. So you would imagine, maybe he stepped on an IED or something like that. Again, I don't know how old the guy is.
Not just trying to get 16-year-old
Poontang
Philip, and then loses. Like, and then how did he serve? Like, can you serve as a? I guess there's some aspect of it.
Maybe National Guard. I don't know. I don't know at what level you're not considered a veteran, but they refer to him as that. He said he had stopped at a jewelry store to get a gold chain for his girlfriend, and he's heading to her house. And he turned his head, looked in a different direction, and a car stopped right in front of me. And he ran into him doing about 45, hit his leg on the back windshield, shattered his leg. And
that was that.
That was that. So but he's been in jail a lot. But again, that's the origin story of any folk hero, right? Somebody who's had run-ins with the law. You think about your classic American folk heroes. The legend of Billie Jean and who else? All kinds of people, American folk heroes. And now you can add Lieutenant Dan to that. But he's fine. He's got 24 mugshots in the state of North Carolina, some of which he's got hair, some he doesn't. But now he's living on a houseboat down there in Florida. Look at all these mugshots. Look at this guy. Right?
Does what he wants.
Does what he wants. You go back far enough, he's got hair. Good-looking dude. He's all right. But I hadn't heard about this guy. This somehow went past me. I heard Stansbury talking about the guy. We're doing the follow-up. That he was okay. Brian was calling me a lot, too. I got some Brians for you today. We were our only...
Always good.
Because of being preempted by Guardians playoff games, we were here on Tuesday. We're here today. In that span of time, no joke, I got about 30 messages from Brian. And they really ran the gamut. You put it perfectly. He is on shuffle.
Yeah.
This guy will call. Sometimes he's singing. Sometimes he's playing guitar. Sometimes he's just randomly hurling a string of expletives about something that he's listening to. That is not us. But still feels compelled to call. So I'll play you a clip, and you tell me if you know what the song is.
I'm leaving tomorrow at daybreak. Da 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 da. A little sorrow and heartache that takes me away from my mind. When sadness fills my days, turn away and we live tomorrow's dream. Life becomes reality to me.
Now, he has no melody at all.
No.
So the extra level of difficulty is determining if you don't know the lyrics, you might not know the song.
Name that tune on level hard.
Yes.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. It's an old Black Sabbath song.
Okay.
It's called Tomorrow's Dream. This had to have the first couple of Sabbath albums, probably.
I'm leaving tomorrow at daybreak. Da 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 da. A little sorrow and heartache that takes me away from my mind. When sadness fills my days, turn away and we live tomorrow's dream. Life becomes reality to me.
Okay, I recognize it when I hear the song.
Yeah.
But Brian had me very questioning. I'm like, I know Black Sabbath pretty well. But
yep, that's Brian's stab
rendition.
at rendition.
He makes
that's
every song his own. That's what makes him so special. Is every time he sings a song, it's not an homage to the song. He says, "This song's out there. There's a version of it. I'm going to take it and make it Brian's version." And that's what they remember on American Idol. They'd always talk about, you made it your own. And that's what he does.
That's a guy I would not mind singing in my car.
But you don't want him singing along with the song. You want him singing by him. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Making it his own.
And then you can also probably do requests because he seems to know a lot of songs.
He knows a lot.
He doesn't know all the words. He's not going to do all the words, but he's going to.
No, sometimes he's going to go da 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 da. Sometimes he just throws it in. I have a handful more of these for you throughout the show today because, like I said, he left me a lot of messages.
Good.
And I'm not going to give them all to you, obviously. I had to go through them with a fine-toothed comb. But
I love Brian's songs. I also like the movie. But.
daybreak. Da, 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 da.
Da, 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 da. Even he can't always conjure up the sounds he needs. So thank you, Brian.
But he improvises and he makes it work. Still.
He's good on his feet,
He doesn't give up. He doesn't go, I don't know. He just goes, dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. He barrels ahead.
Barrels ahead. That's exactly
So I got
right.
a handful more of those for you throughout the broadcast.
Speaking of barreling ahead, I'll be barreling ahead at the Funny Stop this weekend.
All
That one work?
right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm all thrown off. So I was thinking like, oh, that was last weekend. No, it's this weekend.
It's still this weekend.
All right.
Yep. Friday and Saturday. 2 shows each night. Funnystop.com or 330-923-4700. Get your tickets.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you want to join Bill for Halloween, specifically on the 26th with Oddfellows Medina. He's going to be your master of ceremonies for their second annual Halloween Bash and Costume Contest. $1,000 prize up for grabs. It's the 26th at Common Ground in Medina. DJ Paulie Moist is spinning. Disco Inferno is going to play live. We'll be gambling. And Bill will be your host. So if you want to go, you got a good costume maybe? $1,000 worthy? I will have a pair of tickets for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clear skies tonight with lows near 40. Friday, sunshine 73. Saturday, a slight chance of rain and highs near 70.
This report is sponsored by Ken's Park Hill Roofing.
Don't wait to get that new roof estimate. Plan now for spring and save big with Park Hill Roofing's annual future installation plan. Call today.
Ken's Park Hill Roofing, home of the one-day roof.
It's been an incredible WNBA season so far, and the best is yet to come. There's still time to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the WNBA. And if you're new to DraftKings, listen up. New customers bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code LADYLUCK. That's promo code LADYLUCK for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in New Hampshire, Oregon, and Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/bball.
Your next holiday just got bigger and better with Aer Lingus flights from Cleveland. Fly non-stop from Cleveland to Dublin with fantastic fares available now. And since Dublin is our European hub, you can explore connections to over 25 cities across Europe, including London, Paris, and Rome. Have it all, from beaches to big cities. Visit aerlingus.com to book your flights today.
Question for you. Would you rather pay $150 a month or $15 a month to work out with the same high-quality gym equipment? At Planet Fitness, you can get top-tier equipment for $15 a month. Plus, save $28 or more when you join now during our Strong Choice sale. Our weights weigh the same, you just don't pay the same. Enjoy free fitness training and 24-hour access at most clubs, all in the judgment-free zone. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more when you join for $1
Essential classic rock that was truly hard and heavy. AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
His name is Alan, and he's giving stuff away.
All right, I want to join Bill for a Halloween party. Oddfellows Medina, their second annual Halloween bash and costume contest is going to happen Saturday, October the 26th. That's at Common Ground in Medina, a couple of weeks away. Casino-style gambling, DJ Paulie Moist is going to be spinning. Disco Inferno is going to play live. And Bill will be your host. VIP tables available. MedinaOddfellows.org to get all the information. This pair of tickets here for you. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They've been described as juvenile, ridiculous, moronic, smug, and unlistenable. They've also gotten some bad reviews.
I give it 2 thumbs in my ears, so I don't have to listen.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
There's a ghost under the stairs called Alan, and he's always there. My friends get scared when he's out to play, but he's good fun and he's here to stay. Oh, Alan. Spooky Alan.
You know, it's only the second year that Oddfellows is doing their big Halloween thing, but every year, and this is primarily for our listeners in Chicago, every year, Megan Thee Stallion does a big old party called Hottyween. You ever been invited to Hottyween, Bill?
I don't think that I have.
I have to imagine that my invitation has gotten repeatedly lost in the mail, but every year in a different city, Megan Thee Stallion does her Hottyween party. And she mentioned today on social media that this year it will be in the great city of Chicago, Illinois. That'll be on Halloween. They haven't announced where the venue will be yet. That's never a good sign for something like this. But Megan Thee Stallion's annual Hottyween party, and if you follow her on social media, I'm sure there'll be no shortage of photos documenting the event. If for whatever reason you can't make it, it is for charity. That's for a charity that provides resources for women, children, senior citizens, and underserved communities. So listen, this is why I haven't been able to do Alan Cox Hottyween, because there were so many trademark issues that I had to jump out. Hey, Dick.
Yeah.
What's going on, Dick?
How are you?
Oh, you know.
Oh, I was telling your screener about my friend. They put her in the hospital Monday.
Is this your friend, like your girlfriend?
Yeah, my girlfriend. She, her legs have been bad, and she just got real weak, and she's been bad for about 8 or 9 years now. But they want to transfer her to Columbus. But I talked to my cousin. He was relatively from malaria. He's going to try to make arrangements down here to get some people to help me. But, you know somebody 40 years, but I'll just have to pray for her, that, like my aunt, she was gone 3 years ago from North Ridgeville, but God's going to be with her. And I talked to my doctors. They want me to continue to play music and go to school and be with my friends. But, I'm doing pretty good, though.
Sorry, babe, doctor's orders.
Well, on the one hand, I'm sorry to hear that, Dick, but on the other hand, you know what this means, Bill, is that Dick is about to be back on the market.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You've got to plan ahead for these things. You can't plan. That means he's going to have to start hitting the gym.
I did, because I saw her about a month ago, and I told her, and she said she agreed to it, because she was getting weaker. But she's had good care. She's at Miami Valley South, close to 675, but she's doing really well. And I just got one thing to say. The Browns need help, buddy.
Yeah, what a transition.
Browns,
Listen, so this is not. I thought you were living with this woman, Dick.
Yeah, I've lived with. She's been my significant other for almost 42 years.
Yeah. Okay. So she's right.
Living in sin, though.
A long time. You guys have been living together for 42 years.
42 years.
Not married, though.
But not married. Is this a romantic
married,
relationship,
no,
or this is
no.
a platonic female roommate?
It's been always romantic when I first met her.
Always
you know what I mean?
romantic.
It's been a good relationship.
Yep. And so now, dare I say, things are not going well for her.
Well, she's they can't do a lot down for her. She would be about an hour and a half away. They want her to go through rehab. She's not in any danger, but they just want to take care of her. You know what I mean? So my cousin's going to come down, I think, and he told me not to worry. And I just got to go out with, I just got to keep going. I talked to the doctor today, and I was a little nervous, but I'm going to be okay, though.
Well, listen, that's good. We don't know your lady friend, so I guess we only we think of whether or not you're going to be okay, Dick. So it's
I'll be fine.
Yeah. What does she think about the current state of the Cleveland Browns?
She does. My friend from her daughter came down for. She doesn't like it either. She thinks they need a new coach, and they don't like. She doesn't like the quarterback. What do you think?
Listen, I'll take her word for it. I mean, I'll defer to her judgment, right?
I believe women.
Well, I appreciate,
you've got to
appreciate you guys, your concern. I'll keep in touch, okay?
Okay, please do, Dick. Thank you.
God bless you.
Dick.
Licky, 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 boom, boom, down. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
That guy, you can get whiplash at his transition,
Yeah.
boy. I mean, wow.
I know he's like, all right, I'm going to call talking about
But I'll come.
my
How about that?
42 years with this woman. But really, what I want to get to is, boy, the Browns really need a lot of help.
Well, he initially
They're
referred
both
to her
on hospice.
He initially referred to her as his friend.
Yeah.
So that's why we
A
were
lot of
confused.
mixed messages.
We assumed that this was a paramour of his, and it turns out that sounds like what it is. But boy, 42 years, quote unquote, living in sin, like you said. Those two, wow. And now things not going well for her. Now here's the thing: when Dick is invariably in that position, we won't know.
No.
We'll never know when something
we won't.
happens
That
to
actually
Dick,
is
right?
That's sad, yeah.
We won't know when something happens. It's not like we've got this contact chain of people, the people who regularly call to this show, who find themselves getting on in years. We won't, everybody remembers the whole Rick saga, where I was planning on stalking funerals, trying to figure out.
You did go to one.
I went to one.
You went to one.
And it wasn't him. But he passed, and we had to do some detective work to figure out what the hell was going on.
You say either, I say
yo.
You say neither, and I say
Either.
And either.
Stop me here about.
Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like.
Wow.
You like tomato, and I like.
What's wrong with the Cavaliers?
Potato,
Yeah, right?
tomato.
Rick, the best.
The best.
Our buddy Frederick Clayton.
Mm-hmm.
He will have been dead 3 years in February, and occasionally we would still hear from him in the afterlife. Mm-hmm. Ran that backwards, and he said good night. That was the last time that we heard from him. It's funny. None of us on this program, I shouldn't say none of us, Bill and I, don't believe in any afterlife claptrap.
The regs.
But a lot of people do, and I thought it was funny. Al Pacino was in the news for a couple of things. He's got this crazy young baby mama, this 30-year-old woman, had him leave it in, and he's got a kid with her. And she has been seen gallivanting with Bill Maher. Not a young guy, right? Anyway.
Do you go way back with him?
Bill Maher?
Yeah.
And And Al Pacino also was in the news because he said he almost died during COVID. That he had been he nearly died in 2020 in that first rush of COVID. I mean, he is an 80-year-old man, and he's got a memoir coming out. And I guess within that is him talking about COVID, that he was severely dehydrated and they couldn't find his pulse. And he came out of that, obviously. He's still alive. But I enjoyed the headlines I was reading. One of them was, Al Pacino confirms there's no afterlife. Because he said there's nothing. When you die, there's nothing. I didn't see a light. Again, it's his experience. There are just as many people who have a similar experience, and they say, I saw a light. And that has, there are people who would say that they confirm that there is an afterlife. I like to imagine a world where people don't believe all this religious hooey. The mere notion of an afterlife is because people are terrified of death, right? We're the only animals that know we're going to die. And so that's what it comes from. Now, conversely, this time of year, Halloween, it would be a lot less fun for people if ghosts weren't a thing. They're kind of part and parcel of spooky season. You know, the entire Discovery Channel would cease operations if people didn't believe in ghosts. But the headline I enjoyed was, Al Pacino confirms there's no afterlife.
No, I mean,
we've been waiting for him to tell us.
Just do your acting. Don't tell us that there's no afterlife.
He finally told us. And so thanks for that. I've got money here for you. It is $1,000. Once an hour, you get a keyword, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, and it's a shot for you to put $1,000 in your pocket, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Just a gigolo, and everywhere I go, people know the part I'm playing. Pay for every dance, selling each romance. Ooh, what they say. There will come a day when youth will pass away. What will they say about me when the end comes? I know there's no just a gigolo's. Life goes on.
This is a young man by the name of David Lee Roth, one of the all-time greats. You were never going to find. I know people love to go on and on and on in the conversations about the greatest frontmen of all time. At the very top of that list is usually Robert Plant, the golden god, right, from Led Zeppelin. And taking nothing away from him, it's possibly a generational thing. Shades of difference with generations. But for me, David Lee Roth will be the greatest frontman of all time. Not just because, as a young lad, for me, the sun rose and set with Van Halen. And so David Lee Roth, I mean, for that time, late 70s, early 80s, to look like that guy did and to sound like that guy did, you're not going to top David Lee Roth. I mean, imagine being him at that time. You know, like when they'll show footage of people in blizzards and snowstorms where they'll open their front door and it's snow from top to bottom. Imagine opening your dressing room door and instead of snow from top to bottom, it's butts and boobs. That was David Lee Roth's life. He had to dig out of butts and boobs every night. Well, he is 70 years old today. And of course, couldn't look more different than he did. Back in the day, shaved his head a long time ago, and he's, guy can still kind of sing. He did get himself in shape. Went to Japan some years ago. He got himself the tuxedo tattoo. So he's covered now, right? And he had his dalliances with show tunes and whatever. But I always remember David Lee Roth's birthday because it's also my brother's birthday today, my middle brother's birthday. He and David Lee Roth on October 10th. Now, my brother, obviously, not 70, but David Lee Roth, great. He's the GOAT. I don't care what anybody says, the GOAT. Oh, he'll tell you. Oh, DLR. Come on, baby.
Ain't got no
70 years old for David Lee Roth.
This is Pants' go-to song at karaoke.
And
he crushes it.
Okay. Well, it's like a good old-timey kind of,
good jaunty song.
It's jaunty. A traveling song.
And it fits him, too.
He is just a gigolo.
He is just a gigolo.
He's a gigolo, boy. Unbuttoned to the navel.
Mm-hmm.
You got to love that flex. All right, you want to do Whoopsie's picks? Are we ready for those?
Always. You got it, right?
Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say. Football all the way. Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say. Football all the way.
All right, so Bill's dog Whoopsie, week to week, she picks 5 games for the upcoming week. She's in costume again this week, I see.
Yeah, and we added, I had the hat last week. I didn't know what it was when I got it. I thought it was like I don't know. My girlfriend bought the costume.
You thought it was pants?
I thought it was
You
pants.
put it
or
on her
something.
hindquarters?
I was trying to figure out, I'm like, I don't know where this goes.
Yeah.
She's like, where's the hat? I'm like, oh, that's a hat. So this week, she got the hat. And boy, did she hate that hat.
Oh, yeah, my dog, anytime I
Yeah.
put any kind of costume on her, she just stands there. Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't want to move. She doesn't know what's going on.
Like, as you can see, like, just from her posture at the beginning of the video, she's like, what are you doing to me? She's like, I don't like this. But then she gets treats, so she's like, I'll deal with it because I like the treats.
And she might come to associate the costume with the treats.
Right.
You're training her in another way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here are her week 6 picks.
The hat this week, which she does not like that hat. She does not like the hat. But she went 4-1. Just missed on the Jets, which well, we got the Niners, Seahawks. Week 6. Let's go.
That's tonight.
Come on.
Tonight is the Niners Seahawks.
Yeah.
Okay. For people not watching, Bill has the miniature football helmets with a treat in front of each. Whichever one she eats first, that is her pick for the win.
And she's got the home
Seahawks.
team. The Jaguars versus the Bears. Okay, pick. Make your pick. Come on.
Oh.
Go away on that one.
You
she picked against your
motherless
Bears.
whore.
Yeah.
Jacksonville
Come on.
over the Bears. Here's
America's Game of the Week. Cowboys, Lions. Let's go. Go. Go.
She likes to
Right,
pick
picks
the
the
home teams.
Cowboys. Yeah, I
she
guess
goes
so.
home teams.
Bengals, Giants.
Bengals, Giants. Okay, go. Giants.
She likes
Browns,
the Giants.
Eagles. Okay. And the
Oh,
Browns.
God, goes for Eagles.
Got your week 6 picks. This was so much harder just by adding that hat. It made her so not happy, but we got through it.
There you go. There are your week 6 picks.
Oh.
She goes for the Eagles
Yeah.
over the Browns. This coming Sunday, I'll be in Lakewood. We're doing the Cox Out pregame. We do those when the Browns are on the road. So I'll be back at the Lakewood Truck Park. You want to come out? Try to get to Vegas, courtesy of Bud Light. We'll do that. We'll test your arm. We'll be there from noon to 2 on Sunday.
So she's
So bet accordingly on Whoopsie's picks.
right. 4-1 last week. That I think she was 10-10 going into last week. So that puts her at 14-11.
Yep.
Which is pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Pretty good.
For a dog, yeah.
For a dog,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's pretty good. Hey, Lewis.
Yes, how are you?
What's going on, Lewis?
What's going on, man?
Lewis, what can I do for you?
Hey, the greatest frontman of all time, Jerry Garcia, Grateful Dead.
We'll agree to disagree on that one. I'm not a Dead
Okay,
fan in
then
general.
that's
I don't. I'm talking about showmanship. Jerry Garcia stood there.
Well, yeah, exactly. I know. That's what they do.
But you like what you like.
No, I get it. I like. I
Yeah.
It's not for me, but I understand a lot of people love the Grateful Dead. I've never heard anyone refer to Jerry Garcia as the greatest frontman of all time.
In my book, he is. So
now, now for you, your criteria are what? How did he get number one with you?
Just the way he plays guitar, man.
Way he plays guitar.
And that's it.
Okay.
Yes.
There are a lot of guys that
Just
play
there.
guitar, and a lot of them play a hell of a lot better than Jerry Garcia. So it has to be more than that for you.
Let's beg to differ.
You think not only is Jerry Garcia the greatest frontman of all time, he's the best guitarist of all time.
I'd put him behind Dick from Dayton. No, I can't.
Well,
do that. That's me.
there's a lot of other guitarists, but that's all I listen to. And
It's
stuff,
too bad
so.
Phil Hanley isn't in here for this
I know, right?
conversation.
He'd
A
be
huge
pumped.
Dead fan. So,
Right,
so
yeah,
Lewis,
exactly.
you're like a lifelong Dead fan, yeah?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And what brought you to them?
Yep.
Just growing up and liked them, or what?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then I will mark you
Well,
down
good,
for
man.
Jerry Garcia, Lewis.
Okay, my man. Thanks
All
a
right.
lot, buddy.
Thank you. Oh, there's Lewis. Jerry Garcia. All right. Listen, I've never heard that before. I'll give him that. Usually people are talking about, like I said, Robert Plant, David Lee Roth.
Usually it's someone that's just singing.
Weird
When
Al
you think of
Yankovic.
a front man, not usually somebody that's also playing guitar, because you can be a little more all over the stage when you are not just standing in front of a microphone playing your guitar.
Hey,
Scott Weiland, I always heard in his prime, was incredible.
He was great. Scott Weiland was all over the place, man, running around and Hello, Dave.
Hey, man. Hey, man. This is David Lee Roth, man. Hey, everybody knows I was the greatest. The greatest.
Yeah.
The greatest.
Uh-huh.
Front man of
Oh, Dave, happy birthday, Dave.
Hey, thanks a lot, Alan. Hey, man. I just wanted to make a little comment here. Diddy, Diddy is now got denied bail again, man.
What?
This is what you're worried about on your birthday?
Yes. David Lee Roth, he's a man of the world. I mean, he's well-traveled and he's in showbiz, so that's probably why he's got Diddy on the brain. Do you have any inside information, Diamond Dave?
Hey, man, he got denied bail again, and, he's got roaches and rats up there to keep him company.
Rats and roaches.
Hey,
right.
Alan, check this out, man. You and Pound Cake should go visit Diddy, and y'all can make a Cox out peanut butter and pound cake sandwich.
It sounds like Brother ADX back in there somewhere. Okay.
Hey, man, I remember we were recording Van Halen too, man, and we were recording in the studio, and we were recording Dance the Night Away, and man, we were banging so much tail up in there, man.
Hey, listen, thank you. Diamond David Lee Roth, live there from L.A., where I don't think he lives, but listen, you can't keep up with everything. And that's okay. Thank you, Dave. And happy 70th, by the way. I'm late. I've got to take a break here. Hey, I will have passes for you on the way back for something called One Dark Night. It's a rock symphony of the macabre that's going to be getting to the Agora 1 week from Friday, the 18th. So if that's something you want to be part of, I'll have a couple tickets for you coming back. 35192 to text me for anything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
The list of failed quarterbacks in Cleveland is long and growing. Well, this Sunday at the Cox Out pregame party from noon to 2 at Lakewood Truck Park. You can add your name to that list when you try and toss your way.
Here's the throw.
To represent the Buzzard in Vegas at the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament. Get all the details at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
Hey, it's Alan. You might have just heard, but I'll tell you again. Sunday, we are out for the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament. We're doing that for the Cox Out pregame. I'm back at the Lakewood Truck Park Sunday from noon to 2. Somebody's going to qualify for this trip to Vegas, part of round 1, and then round 2 could get you to the big game in New Orleans right after the first of the year. So come out and join us. The next Cox Out pregame is Sunday, noon to 2. We're going to be set up at the Lakewood Truck Park with Bud Light. WMMS.com for the details.
In his campaign ads, Sherrod Brown thinks everything's pretty funny. But it's not when you look at his voting record. Brown voted to allow transgender biological males to compete in girls' sports. Unfair and dangerous. Brown introduced a bill letting transgender biological men into girls' locker rooms and girls' bathrooms. That's just not right. And Brown supported allowing puberty blockers and sex change surgery for children. Migrants are flooding into Ohio, but Brown voted for government handouts to illegal immigrants and voted 10 times to protect sanctuary cities that release dangerous illegal immigrant criminals onto Ohio's streets. Sorry, Sherrod, your seriously bad votes are no joke. And Ohio doesn't think it's funny. Sherrod Brown has let us down. He's way too liberal for Ohio. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.senateleadershipfund.org.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
I'll be honest, I'm really worried about my kids and grandkids. I never thought we'd be facing a national abortion ban in this country.
That's Kim. She lives in Cincinnati and is a grandma to 6.
If something happened to my family, I'd want them to have all the help they need. But with a national ban, they'll have nowhere to turn.
Bernie Moreno supports a national abortion ban, and he has said he is 100% against abortion with no exceptions. And if Moreno's in the Senate, he could be the deciding vote to pass a national abortion ban.
Last year, we voted to protect abortion in Ohio. Now, Bernie Moreno wants to get
from the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away.
I got a pair of tickets for you to check out One Dark Night. It is a rock symphony of the macabre, a musical gathering of freaks and geeks and fans of all things horror and Halloween. It's a week from Friday. It's the 18th at the Agora. This is your vibe. Looks like a good show. AXS.com has all the details on the event. You can have this pair of tickets for being caller number 10. 2 for One Dark Night. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got our metal show for you Saturday night. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler throwing out 120 minutes of nothing but metal for you. Brand new music this week from Within the Ruins. They're coming to town a few days. Play some Type O, play some Metallica, Vomit Forth. Great band. They were just here. Orbit Culture, whatever you want to hear. 2HTM at WMMS.com is the email. But Saturday night, 10 to midnight, is 2 hours to midnight here on The Buzzard. Hey, John.
Yeah, Alan.
How are you?
Good. Yourself, brother?
Hanging
Mega
in.
Dildos.
Mega dildos, John.
I hate the show.
Thank you.
Hey, last segment you were talking about David Lee Roth being the best front man. I got to beg the difference. Paul Stanley at Kiss.
Yeah, kind of cut from the same cloth. Again, I think of, because of being a Gen Xer, when I was kind of coming of age, I was so enamored with the front men. I was like, these guys are, they can sing their ass off. They're running around. They're getting laid. It's like, people talk about, Jerry Garcia, Freddie Mercury, of course. Fantastic.
They're good, but.
I mean, Freddie Mercury's pretty tough to beat.
Is tough to beat.
Pretty tough to beat. Is Steven Tyler, all these. But to me, the essence of a great front man.
Rob
Halford. Essence of a great front man for me was what happens when he gets off stage. He's a great front man on stage because he knows when I get off stage, I'm gonna be up to my eyeballs in hot chicks.
Paul Stanley was right there with him.
I know he was. Paul Stanley.
And he ran around that stage with 7-inch heels. But David Lee Roth had his little sneakers on.
Well, but he's doing scissor kicks. He's jumping off the drum riser. I mean, I know Paul couldn't do that because they're wearing 50 pounds of gear. But I take your point.
He couldn't jump as high here in his later years, but they still put on a good show. I never seen Van Halen in concert, and unfortunately, I'll never be able to see him now. But seen Kiss about 8 or 10 times. So.
Well, I did take my son to see them on that very last farewell show they did at the Romo Fijo. I took my son, and we had a great time. So, Bill, do you remember when Paul Stanley lived here in Cleveland and he worked for the RTA?
Sure do.
Yeah.
That's what makes him
the GOAT, right?
Best front man because he's at the front of the bus.
Yeah. It sure was.
Okay, that's cool. Next stop, Tower City. They got a lot of nice shops in there. You can even get you some Chinese food at the food court. I'm Paul Stanley driving a bus.
That was Paul Stanley driving an RTA bus.
I'm committed to hanging on to that bit until it comes full circle and Tower City is back in its glory again. Ozzy, Jagger, Roger Daltrey. Again, these are all great picks. I'm just telling you what
Freddie Mercury's pretty.
Freddie Mercury's tough to beat.
He can sing. He was knee deep in pussy. Loved cats.
He did love cats.
He did love
didn't he?
cats, yeah.
Oh, man. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Broward Sheriff's deputies arrest a man who they say has more pussy than he can handle. I'm Kathleen Corso with that story coming up on Channel 6 Action News.
And
There was another guy.
As far as Kiss goes, you can't really. I don't know. Is Paul Stanley really the frontman? Because they go back and forth on so many songs.
Yes, but I still think Paul Stanley was considered the frontman. I mean, those early Kiss records, everybody was taking a turn at the lead vocals. But I think of Paul Stanley as the frontman of Kiss. Yeah.
I always thought of Gene Simmons being more prominent just because when I always thought of Kiss, I'd always think of Gene Simmons first because the blood and the tongue were more prominent to me than anything else. Like, I knew about that before I ever heard a song.
And he wanted to be in movies, and so it was, Gene Simmons was definitely more theatrical.
Yeah.
From the Weather Center, meteorologist Paul Stanley. How's it feel out there, Paul?
Feel good.
Can you be more specific?
Clear blue skies, but you know it's getting a little cool out tonight.
How about the humidity? That's the weather from meteorologist Paul Stanley. Paul will check in with you again next hour.
Cool.
I wonder if Paul had anything to do with the coverage of hurricanes Helene or Milton.
These guys,
you got to wonder. You know, I like when I was watching this coverage last night, and they were really keeping their correspondents out there in the weather because it makes for good television. And then Anderson Cooper got hit in the face with a sign or something. And
I didn't see that. That was,
That's when they pull out the stops. When there's a big storm, that's when they put their anchors out there. Not just Jim Cantori or Rob Marciano or these guys who are used to standing out in the rain. This is when they go, hey, David Muir, hey, Anderson Cooper, put on a slicker and get your ass out there.
Well, now they're also competing with people that are updating on TikTok and Instagram.
Yes.
And they're like, hey, we're staying here. And there was some lady, she's like, this is my giant house that my husband built, or not built, but it was a commercial house, like an apartment complex that they turned into a house. And she's like, we're not leaving. And she's giving updates all night and showing the floods come in and things getting destroyed.
And you can't
power
compete
going
with that.
out. No, you can't.
There's no way to compete with that.
Yeah. Because also, like, the stakes are higher because if anything gets destroyed, it's their stuff.
Right.
Like, if Anderson Cooper's out there, he gets hit by a sign, you're like, oh, that's crazy that he's even out there. But it's not his stuff. It wasn't his sign, you know?
Right. Well, I don't know that it wasn't his sign.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
Okay. It's the city's sign. Hello, what's your name? Shar?
Char?
Shar, hi.
Char. Hey, Alan, how are you?
Is that short for Charlene?
Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte. Oh, gorgeous.
my car's name.
Love the name Charlotte. Bill has a car named Charlotte.
Ooh, I bet it's awesome.
It is. It's a muscle car.
Mm-hmm.
I have a comment on the best lead band person.
Yes.
And mine is Eddie Vedder.
How old are you, Charlene, if you don't mind my asking?
Charlotte.
Sorry, Charlotte. I'm sorry. I have Charlene on the brain. Charlotte.
How old are you? Can't remember her name, Charlotte.
I'm just a year older than Alan.
Right. Because Eddie Vedder is a Gen X answer. Right? That's a generational answer. Eddie Vedder. Yeah. Okay. What makes him that for you?
You can't say he didn't work his bum off on the stage, calling on all the risers and
he did. Yeah, that was
and everything.
That was young man stuff. But to me, that's not like that was. Yeah, it was cool to see, but it wasn't like. I don't know how to describe it. Like, it wasn't like part of the show. It was just him being young and wanting to, put himself in harm's way. And these guys that were like, that's another thing that for me differentiates guys like Eddie Vedder from guys like David Lee Roth. Gen X bands, they were like, we don't want to be famous. We just want to play our music.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well,
I like that.
you could have been the biggest bar band in Seattle. You didn't want to be that. A guy like David Lee Roth, he's like, I want to be the biggest goddamn thing on the planet. I want to be more famous than anybody can. And so, okay, thank you, Charlotte.
See, what takes it down...
He was
Go ahead, Charlotte.
breaking his neck to entertain and have fun. And anyway, that's my... Thank you.
I'll mark you down. Thank you, Charlotte. Eddie Vedder.
For me, it's just, I don't know. The front man, I'm giving it to Freddie Mercury just because I think he's the funnest to watch. But all these other guys, the music is not my thing, so I can't be like, oh, I like Kiss or I like Van Halen. Like, I can't, I don't, I've tried to get into Van Halen. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So as good of a performer as he is, if I'm like, I don't want to listen to this music, it kind of takes a big slash out of it.
I'm sure
me.
there's bands I've never heard of that have amazing frontmen too.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yeah. It's hard
Claudio
to argue.
Sanchez is no slouch.
It's hard to argue against Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody in their right mind is going to do that. I'm certainly not. Do you want more Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know
Name
that you're.
tune.
I had to look this up.
Okay.
All right. Some of these I know when he sings them. I had no clue what this was, so I don't know that you will either. Maybe you do. This is an old song.
Walk with me, sunshine. It's a skippity-doo-da-da day. I'm the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.
The happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A. It's an artist named Donna Fargo who went like multi-platinum with this song. I don't know if it's the 60s or what it was, but that's what, again Brian's
Shuffle,
on
man.
Shuffle.
He
and
he goes deep, too.
Yes. Sabbath, Donna Fargo, whatever the hell else he's got going on. He left me 30 messages in
Walk with me, sunshine. It's a skippity-doo-da-da day. I'm the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.
I think you put a little stank on it, too.
Hello, sunshine. Wake up, sleepyhead. Why'd we move that Bojangle clock so far?
1972, the happiest girl in the whole USA.
Yeah, I've never heard this before.
Country pop.
The OG Taylor Swift.
Yeah, right? That's a number one song. Yeah. And it became her signature song. I don't even know if she's still alive, but I'd like to see that version become Brian's signature song, too. His version of the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.
Someone in the chat said Prince is the best front man.
Prince is great.
Prince is great.
Prince is great.
That's a good one.
Yep.
Walk with me, sunshine. It's a skippity-doo-da-da day. I'm the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.
Ah, it's great. Maybe Brian is the greatest frontman of all time. We don't even know it.
Yes.
We've never met him, never seen him. Yeah.
Alan, Rich down Jacksonville, Florida, checking back in after Hurricane Milton. I'm a firm believer in luck favors the prepared, and, we were pretty well prepared for this one, and also went a little further south than us, which really lucked out in our favor. But I was listening back to the podcast from Tuesday, and I heard you guys mention, I think it was something about baseball. I just heard pitcher's duel, and I wasn't sure if I needed to go on Urban Dictionary or not to figure out what that was. Anyways, hate the show. Bye.
Pitcher's duel. What were we talking about with pitcher?
Because that game on Monday was a pitcher's duel.
Okay. Or Rich tried to submit pitcher's duel to Urban Dictionary. Let's try on the live stream. Here's what he submitted. Hold on. Pitcher's duel. When two gay men have intercourse with each other's groin folds simultaneously in a race to finish first. His example was Alan and Bill were both suffering from hemorrhoids, so they decided to celebrate their anniversary with a pitcher's duel. Why are we part? Why? That's going to just make that dude mad.
I don't even know when our anniversary is.
It's going to make that guy mad who calls in anytime that I even say anything remotely complimentary about other men.
You homosexual!
He does not like it. Hey, Andrew.
Yo.
What up?
Hey, Tom Jones.
Tom Jones, but he wasn't fronting a band.
No, but dude, I mean, who else stood on stage and got pelted with 45-year-old women's panties right in his face for 3 hours every night when he did a concert?
Yeah.
Dude, if you don't respect that, that's the greatest respect of all time.
I think a lot of What's New Pussycat and It's Not Unusual and all that. Yeah, I think there were a lot of guys getting pelted back then. Thank you, Andrew. Tom Jones. All right. He's Scottish, right?
It's not unusual to be loved.
Is this a song that Mulaney kept playing over and over at the Salt and Pepper Diner in Chicago?
Yeah, I think so.
Great bit of his where they teenagers and just being dicks and putting the same song in the jukebox over and over again. Tom Jones, 84 years old. I mean, back in the day, the Dink was getting panties thrown at him, too.
He was dinking them down.
Neil Diamond and all these guys.
When I see you out and about, it's such a crime. If you should ever want to be loved by anyone.
I remember when he had his big comeback in the early 90s. What a big deal that was, because he had worked with... There was kind of a period of time in the whole grunge era. It still happens, but it seemed to be a lot happening at once, where it was all tongue-in-cheek, where producers would find these older legacy artists and do new songs with them. And he had an album in the early 90s called The Lead and How to Swing It. And he had a couple of like contemporary songs that he worked with producers on. And they were like, "Ooh, we got to bring Tom Jones back to the kids, the grunge kids, you know." I mean, you figure back then, Tom Jones was, Jesus, he was around my age. So he's still young and spry, Bill. Still young and spry.
Sure.
That wasn't the single from that. If you only knew, if I only knew. It was the single.
Telling them off, don't stock up shop, but they don't mind. All that matters is you're not here tonight.
Anyway. I got to take a break here. I'll have more money for you at 4:30. It's another keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Want to go see the Guar show? We're going to play them on Saturday night, too. I'll get you a couple of tickets to see them on November the 1st. You'll get Halloween out of the way, and the very next night, go see Guar at the Agora.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, make some noise.
You can now watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu right now.
All right, you guys are out for a party, I can tell.
You'll see the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, The Weeknd, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
Thank you to iHeart and everything for having us.
This is the only time you will see a lineup of superstar performers like this on one stage on one night.
Get louder than ever.
See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu right now.
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Clear skies tonight with lows near 40. Friday, sunshine 73. Saturday, a slight chance of rain and highs near 70.
This report is sponsored by Medical Mutual.
Cleveland seniors, make the right call for the right Medicare Advantage benefits. Go to medmutual.com/review now to schedule your free Medicare plan review with Medical Mutual, Ohio's hometown Medicare insurer.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks with an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience
sports, up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese.
Every great player needs a foil.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game.
I just come here to play basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
Give stuff away, give stuff away. Wow, wow.
I'm going to go see the return of GWAR. They're on the Stoned Age Tour. WMMS in 2 hours to midnight present GWAR at the Agora, Friday night, November the 1st, with special guests Dark Funeral from Stockholm and a GWAR spin-off band called Squid Pisser. All three on stage. Ooh, if you've never been to a GWAR show, oh, it's a scene, man. Tickets, info, everything else at agoracleveland.com. 2 tickets here for you for GWAR. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
La, 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 pot, pot, give us some pot. Forget what you are, you can be what you're not. High, high, I wanna get high. Never give it up if you give it a try.
Speaking of legacy singers, the anti-pot song that Neil Diamond did 100 years ago practically ruined his career. He was like, oh, I was on the wrong side of this one. Turned out heroin was a much bigger problem among his contemporaries than the wacky weed. But I was reading that Ohio has sold $100 million in marijuana sales in the first 2 months of it being recreationally legalized. Ohio is, and it's a hell of a lot more expensive here, by the way, than it is in Michigan. So every state's got its own regulations and ways that they're doing things. And so the Ohio Division of Cannabis Control, which sounds a lot more sinister than it probably is, $98 million, right around $100 million in non-medical marijuana sales. So that's just recreational pot. I had a little edible last night. Had me feeling good. Oh, yeah. Had me feeling good.
I like a little edible.
I was in, I'm not one of those people, a lot of people take things every night to sleep. And I'm not that guy because I have to get up very early. I don't want to be groggy or anything. But last night was one of those nights I was like, my sleep had been really wonky last couple nights. So I'm like, I'll take a little thing and knock me right out. Hey, Larry.
Yeah.
What's up, Larry?
How you doing, Alan?
I'm doing.
Good. Hey, not to drag the greatest frontman of all time thing out, but I had a few to add to the list.
All day. Keep going. We love it. This is a great discussion.
How about Mick Jagger?
Jagger has come up, yes. You can't argue against him.
How about Ozzy?
Ozzy's in there too. That's right.
And I'll add one more. Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, again, these are generational.
Depending on your genre of music and your generation.
Kurt Cobain was a great, he was great in that band, but even amongst the grunge era, I wouldn't put him, I'd put Vedder above him for performance-wise, because with Kurt Cobain, it never seemed like he wanted to be there.
Right. He stood there until it was time to destroy all the instruments, and then they walked off stage.
True.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just here for the smash the guitar.
I'm just trying to get to the end until we get to wreck all our gear. Mm-hmm. It always drove me nuts when I would see bands wrecking their gear. I was like, oh, no, it's not. Oh. All right. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Alan.
Yep. I think it was the great John Hyatt who had a song called Perfectly Good Guitar. And it was a song about how he hates to see the young rock and roll guys destroying perfectly good guitars. I think that was a John Hyatt song. Very entertaining. I think John Hyatt's still alive. Who is it that died not long ago? He died during COVID. The singer-songwriter who
Oh,
died
that
during...
one person.
No. No, the singer-songwriter who died during COVID. I was thinking it was John Hyatt, but it wasn't him. It was John Prine.
John Prine.
John Prine was the guy who died during COVID, yeah. He had a lot of other issues, too, but yeah, he died in Nashville in the first few months of COVID. So I think he was somebody who was already in bad shape, and COVID knocked him out.
Going back to gummies real quick. Have you done the mushroom gummies yet? Have you tried those?
I have not.
No. Do you want to?
I don't have anything against them theoretically. What's the difference? I mean, just because
the reason I like them is because it's so easy to get a good dose out of them. Like, you know what you're getting because it's very laid out on the package.
Yeah.
I only have experience with one kind, but it was just like, yeah, you take this much and this is how it's going to go. And if you take this much, it kind of describes the level of experience you're going to have.
Yeah, but you're doing, but again,
it's easier to measure out than like, I don't know, take a couple stems and a cap or two caps a stem and just see what happens and then take more. It's a little more manageable.
But you're not talking about a bedtime thing.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Last night, I just did a little thing because I'm like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go sleep. I was tired, but I felt like I wasn't going to be able to go to sleep. That's my problem, is I'm tired, but I can't. I either fall asleep immediately, but I don't stay asleep, or I will lie there and can't fall asleep. So last night I was like, screw it. I'm going to, and so it worked out. But no, what you're talking about is like, if you're going to have a fun night.
Yeah, like having a fun night. Or like, I mean, you can do like a microdose level. You just want to get a little, like where I was at, where I just could kind of see trails a little bit. And then you can go full send.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one for you. Someone texted me, best front man, Fee Waybill from the Tubes.
Well, that guy had a real knee shooter, boy. That guy, he had to tuck it into his sock. Fee Waybill's great, but again, they were a band that were... that was not
a household name by any means.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that was a gender bender band too back then, and so it was, he was coming out looking like Tim Curry in Rocky Horror half the time. Love the Tubes. Somebody else mentioned G.G. Allen. I know what a huge G.G. Allen fan you are, Bill.
He's a good poop man. Poop.
Saw G.G. Allen live one time back in the day. I would never call him a great front man. I mean, certainly doesn't check the boxes that I think of. But let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. As promised, every hour you get a crack at one of these keywords that will give you $1,000, I hope. Somebody gets it. Why not you? From the Buzzard Bookie, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I'm sure a lot of people, I'm sure this has made the rounds in local media. We got an email to this effect that they're 86ing the tailgate downtown on West 6th.
Oh, really?
Because too much stuff is popping off there. And the people who run it and the city of Cleveland.
Popping off. Is Deshaun Watson going there before?
They can't get their arms around. See, this is what happens when the Cox Out pregame leaves West 6th.
It was a good time, but there was
a great
order.
Time. The whole damn thing falls apart.
Yeah.
Now I do the Cox Outs out. But for many, many years, we did them down there on West 6th. Place called the Ivy. Still one of my favorite places in downtown Cleveland. And so this tailgate, which took up there the bulk of West 6th, it was kind of death by 1,000 cuts, I think. People who live down there have been having problems with it, and they're like, it's not even the people who go to the tailgate. It's like all of the tertiary people that are kind of around and trying to cause problems. I mean, listen, you get that many people at any event of that nature. You get a bunch of people who are drinking. A bunch
of stinkers.
People who are ready to
Yeah, they just want to cause problems.
Mix it up with somebody. And so they put out a statement that the all future 2024 West 6th Street tailgate events have been postponed. And how incredibly disappointed they are. There's an organization that puts them on. I don't know who that is, but, obviously they have to work in conjunction with the city of Cleveland. There's permits involved and things like that. And if you've ever gone, I mean, like I said, we were doing Cox House downtown. I was doing my own thing, right? But I'd go over, and I knew some people that were a part of that, and I'd go and say hi and whatever.
Amid lawless behavior, Cleveland officials end West 6th Street Browns tailgates.
I mean, I can't believe it lasted as long as it did, quite frankly. I mean, I'm sure it was the combination of, people not wanting to be associated with Bobby George in one form or another. Mm-hmm. But I don't think he had anything to do with this event. Maybe he did. What the hell do I know? But, they basically, the TLDR on it is, there's, it actually says in their statement, a couple bad apples have ruined the bunch. Could we stop with the bad apples analogy, by the way? It's so lazy. A couple bad apples. There's a hell of a lot of bad apples downtown.
Yeah. Like, there's not bad apples.
The rarity is the good apples.
Yeah.
Why don't we focus on the good apples? It's mostly bad apples. But, yeah. So, if that West 6th tailgate was part of your, and light a candle, by the way, for another kick in the nuts to Cleveland Browns fans, right? This could happen in any city. You get a giant, massive group of drunk, let's say angry, because they are Browns fans, together. It could happen in any city. But just nut punch after nut punch to Cleveland Browns fans. Even you ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Female Browns fans. It's still a nut punch to you, quite frankly. Same thing. You're out there rocking the camel toe. You get it right there. The camel toe used to be something that was hidden.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that you wanted prominent, but you kids, you Gen Z, you are all about the camel toe now. God bless you.
Camel toe is the camel truth.
It is. So it's a kick to everyone involved down there. The moose knuckles and the camel toes.
My body, my flaps.
Yeah, flaps. Gen Z loves the camel toe. And it makes sense. I mean, you can't, I think it's the tail wagging the dog, if you will. You can't wear Lululemons and yoga pants or workout. Like,
they grew up with that.
Right.
That's
you can't wear them all the time and not expect it,
Whereas, like, millennials were they ushered in the era of the yoga pants as pants all the time.
Yes.
Gen Z.
Leaning into it.
That's all they know. So, like, why would we even be ashamed of this? This is something that we've always done.
Yeah. Check out my toe.
Yeah.
Right down there. So good for them, right? I think the fewer and fewer things that people have to be.
The bigger the toe, the bigger the hoe,
They call it, because everybody needs to give it a new name, a fresh coat of paint, if you will. So it's crotch cleavage now. But I'll stick with camel toe. That might not be the term that's currently
they don't
preferred.
Call it, pants riz or anything like that.
Nope, they call it crotch cleavage.
Skibbity crotch cleavage?
Yep. Skibbity toilet in your crotch. So that a new generation has...
Your crotch cleavage is so Ohio.
A new generation has reclaimed the camel toe. Of course, the camel toe on this show, famous primarily because of Joan Jett. Our own Erica Lauren, many years ago, met Joan Jett. And so to this day, when you Google Erica Lauren, well, you Google Joan Jett camel toe, and it'll be a picture of her with Erica Lauren, who used to be on this program. And Joan Jett couldn't give a flying fig. She's like, I'm a rock and roller. I'm going to wear leather or vinyl pants all the time, and this is what's going to happen. And when you're in the crowd and I'm on stage, you're eye level with it. That's why she hated herself for loving you, because she was concerned that you might judge her for her camel toe. So I think this, to your point about generations who grew up knowing nothing but like yoga pants or workout pants, there's a lot of girls out there that are really squeezing themselves into those pants. As flexible and stretchy as those pants are, girls are really trying to get themselves in there. And that's all good. Because when you remove the stigma from these things...
Stigma. Not smegma.
Everyone benefits. So, one girl was writing for a fashion blog, and she said, "Why shouldn't a camel toe be cute?" Because
we never said it wasn't.
No.
I was always like, hey,
it sends the message. Yeah, I mean, I've had my share of social faux pas, right? One time I tried to put my bike into it, and I got screamed at. They're like, "This is not a bike rack." I said, "Oh my God, boy, am I sorry." But the aversion to the camel toe, says this female fashion blogger, sends the harmful message that it's shameful to have a vagina. And of course, nothing could be further from the truth. We're big fans of them around here. And so even the mere whisper of them, even the mere allusion to them is fantastic.
Love
I'm trying to get the camel toe back in fashion.
But please don't touch my vagina.
So they're trying to also, maybe crotch cleavage is so that they can get rid of things that used to be called. I've only ever heard camel toe. But listen, as a man, I am a man who is always nipping out. I don't know why, right? Remember when girls would be really self-conscious if they were nipping through their shirt or through their bra? I'm a guy who has that, okay? I just
posted a picture of me and Carlos Baerga, and I am full send on the nips.
Yeah, I always have my high beams on. I don't know why that is, but if I'm wearing a T-shirt that, a T-shirt that's my size, I'm nipping out. And so girls are reclaiming the camel toe. This girl pointing out that the fashion industry, even though it relies on them, really doesn't seem to like women much because of all the uncomfortable clothing they squeeze them into. And so they lay it at the feet of Gen Z, but it's probably cross-generational to some degree to reclaim the camel toe. Good for them. Unfortunately, you won't be seeing any of it at the West 6 tailgate anymore.
Nope.
They have removed all of your pre-Browns game camel toe.
It's a knucklehead activity.
From all those moose knuckleheads that are running around down there causing problems.
Lawless behavior, I mean.
Lawless behavior. I'm going to take a break. If you want to send me a text for anything, 35192. To do that, want to watch the show, you can. Find the Alan Cox Show channel on YouTube, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Park Avenue. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Association of Realtors.
Finding that perfect home can be overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. With expertise, market knowledge, and dedication, an Ohio Realtor is your trusted partner in the home buying journey. Contact us today to make home happen.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I love girls. They're all over this world.
Somebody pointed out Iggy Pop. How could I have forgotten about Iggy Pop? Look at you. He loves girls. We love girls. He loved a lot of people. Iggy Pop's still alive. That's one that's going to get me, by the way. When Iggy Pop dies, Jimmy Osterman from Detroit, Michigan, that one is going to get me. You know, Chris Christopherson just died, and that one kind of got me because my mom was such a big fan of his. And Iggy Pop looks like he died a long time ago.
Oh, by the way, One Stick from Dayton's available. Maybe a little blind date with your mom?
Shut up, Bill. My mom's not looking, I was going to say a long-distance relationship. She's not looking for anything. I was just talking to my mom. I hadn't texted my mom in a while. I'll check in on her when there's I talk to my mom more in the winter time when there's terrible, terrible weather blowing through the Chicagoland area. Make sure she's okay. Again, my siblings are all there too, so I don't feel weird if I'm not talking to my mom, but I do like to check in on her. But I was telling Gwen, I hadn't talked to my mom as extensively recently than when I texted her to tell her that that guy from her soap opera died. She was crestfallen. But yeah, it was a lot of back and forth over that guy who I was like, hey.
Which one made her more upset? That guy dying?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Or Chris Christopherson.
Oh, that's not what you were going to say.
Or
that's not
Mary's dad.
Oh.
Helen, this is your father speaking from the Alexa.
Oh, or your dad. I forgot that he died.
She was most upset about my dad dying, Bill.
He talks to us so often, I forget he's gone.
He talks to me and my mom.
This is your father speaking from the Alexa.
My mom doesn't have an Alexa.
I do. That's why I talk to him.
She doesn't have. What are they actually called? They're called.
It's
got.
Mine's like a bubble or something. I don't know what it's called.
That's the Dot, right?
Yeah, I got the Dot. Yeah.
But it's called the Amazon. God, it's called something else. The Echo, is that what it's called?
Echo, I think, is one.
Amazon
of them.
Echo.
I got the Echo Dot. I got the one that's I got two that are like the ball.
Right. Now we have two of the little cylinders. Literally one of them is plugged in. We just use it.
I use it for music. That's all I pretty much do.
We use it for.
Hey, Alexa, play music.
Yeah, my daughter asks it to tell her fart jokes, and it does.
Alexa, tell us a fart joke. Now somebody's probably hearing that.
Helen, this is your father speaking from the Alexa.
But a lot of times, Alexa is not. We're to the point now where people are used to using things like ChatGPT. Alexa is not to that level. So you can ask her a lot of things and she'll go, I don't have that. Mm-hmm. But they're big on suggesting things because they're trying to sell you stuff. And so they're like, oh, I don't have that, but would you like to start a shopping list? Like really weird pivots. Go, no. And Amazon poured billions and billions of dollars into that project, and people aren't using them the way that they hoped that they would. Hey, Leslie.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Number one, thank you for ruining my life with the fill it up, fill me up, all that jazz.
Yeah, I had your voicemail on deck, Leslie.
Oh God. Well, you could still play it later on, but anyway.
Why is it ruining your life?
Thing.
Because it gets you too horny?
No, I just don't need this earworm. I don't need Alan to be the first thing I think about in the morning. And the last thing I think
I can't control my horny level.
That's right.
I still don't
exactly.
get it.
But the frontman thing.
Yeah.
Number one, my vote, Bruce Springsteen.
Bryce Springstring, you mean?
Yes, the guy that he broke through with talking about Santa Claus coming to town. I think that's the only thing he's known for, right?
Yeah, that's the only thing. He did Santa Claus is Coming to Town, and that is his legacy forever. Springsteen's great. Again, my criteria is so vague that I can't tell anybody. I'm not telling anybody they're wrong, right? I mean,
yeah.
I love Springsteen.
I do have an addition to this. So, talking about like, hey, who's the best frontman and stuff like that. Frequently, when my husband and I will like go out to bars, we'll occasionally get like our servers in on this. But we do like a little like thought, like
experiment
brain teaser type thing.
Yeah.
And we turn it into who would win in a fight. And we typically go for musicians, occasionally actors, and it'll be like, okay, in their prime, Ace Frehley versus Slash, or in their prime, like Dee Snider versus, I don't know, like Ozzy. Or if we're getting a little silly with it, like who would win another prime in a fight, Gary Oldman versus Gary Newman. And I think that could be a
Are they allowed
really
to use weapons,
fun...
or is it
well,
just like
Ozzy,
hand-to-hand?
And again, if you're going to pit Ozzy and Slash,
hand-to-hand.
yeah, if you're
Okay.
a lot of these examples too, you're pitting drug addicts against each other too, which changes the difficulty level exponentially. So that's a nice
Especially, like, are we getting them in their prime sober? Or their prime on drugs?
Yeah, what constitutes their prime? And you lure servers into this?
Glenn Danzig is my answer.
Oh, yeah.
I know he's a little man, but he's a fireball.
Yeah, he's got a lot packed into that 5'2" frame of his. So you asked.
That's the thing is, like, what would be their prime? Like, if you were to get Ozzy when he's at his most lucid, like, how would he do going, hand to hand with Ronnie James Dio? Like, actually, like, I would pay money to see that fight, pit them against each other. And yeah, when we go to like, certain bars that we actually like get to know the servers, we'll be like, okay, when they're coming over to give us our next round of drinks, who would win in a fight? And it's always turned into a really delightful conversation, not just between us and the servers, but other people jump in on the conversation, and it's so much fun.
Could you imagine the particular server sees Leslie and her husband walk in? She's like, oh, I got to have an answer ready. They're going to ask me some fakakta question about Ozzy and Slash. I don't know. The girl's like 21. She's like, I don't know who these people are. Oh.
We've had that happen before, and it always makes you just want to be like, okay, I'm going to go die now because I am so old, but I digress.
Yeah,
anyway,
welcome to my
you.
world. Nobody gets what I'm talking about anymore. It's all over for me with my references. All right, well, maybe I'll go to live Leslie to recorded Leslie. Thank you, Leslie. She did leave us a voicemail.
Hi, friends. This show has ruined me. I can't stop giggling.
Ruined her, Bill.
Yeah.
That's her take on it. It's ruined her.
Ruined her.
Hi, friends. This show has ruined me. I can't stop giggling every time I hear someone attempt to sing the national anthem. I can't stop myself from laughing when people will innocently say, hey, fill me up, in context of asking for a drink refill at a family gathering, no less. And now all I hear in my head is Alan's impersonation of his friend's mom, and it's relatively concerning because I really don't need this earworm, especially before bed or first thing in the morning. My husband will laugh at me because the sounders that you'll play lead him to think I'm having a stroke when certain songs come on to the radio, like Rap Bite Fever. Thanks, I guess. Love you, love me. I hate the show for ruining my life and ruining me in public. Bye.
Well, everything she described sounds amazing. How does that constitute ruining somebody's
Maybe
life?
It's like when people say hate the show, they actually love the show.
Yeah,
So
that's
she
what they mean?
Ruined her life.
I am way
made her
off.
life
Wow.
exponentially better.
I'm way off. I had no idea that's what they were. I'm walking my dog. One of the days we were off, walking my dog at like noon or something. Some dude in an Amazon truck is like there on the curb and screaming, hate the show. He's in the driver's seat. And I'm walking with my dog. I'm not really paying attention. And he's screaming out the passenger window of his truck. Like, oh, thanks. Phil Anselmo versus Henry Rollins. Yeah, it's yeah. You want more Brian? I got more Brian. I told you I did. See if you know this one, yeah.
Loving you is like loving the dead. Loving you is like loving the dead.
Oh, that's an easy one. Maybe not for everybody. That should be an easy one. Remember a band called Type O Negative?
Oh, yeah.
The late, great Peter Steele fronted that band. You want to talk about amazing frontman, Peter Steele. Dude was 9 feet tall and balls of steel. Yeah.
Loving you is like loving the dead. Loving you is like loving the dead.
Black Number One, the name of the song. I think it's off Bloody Kisses, if I recall correctly. The only problem that I have, though, with these is that when I play the actual clip, I'm underwhelmed after Brian's performance. He's improving a lot of these songs. You know how the show has ruined Leslie's life?
Yeah.
Brian is having the opposite effect.
Loving you is like loving the dead. Loving you is like loving the dead.
I've got some sperm news here. Sperm news. A couple got fined for a hand job. Listen, you need to keep your head on a swivel. You need to know what's going on around you. Listen, I won't lie to you. I'm as horny as they come, okay? But these people who cannot engage in a little delayed gratification.
Sometimes the idea of getting caught is what turns you on and gets you more excited.
Well, then they must have gotten really, really turned on. This is a couple from Wales, and I think they were just flying. I don't know if they were flying to the United States. They were on an EasyJet. Just let people do what they want to do on an EasyJet, all right? People that are on, like, discount carriers and things, let them. It's going to be a free-for-all. You know, they paid $35 to get their seat. Just let them. They're not living the high life. Let them get their kicks where they can. They got arrested as soon as the plane touched down. And they had to financially compensate the other passengers.
Ooh.
Because the case was made that the other passengers were so disgusted and it ruined their trip.
I thought maybe they got them so horny that they're like, well, we want one. And like, all right, what if we just pay for one for you?
Yeah. Oh, bought them one. Yeah.
I'm saying if you don't bring enough for the whole class kind of thing.
Yeah. Bradley Smith and Antonia Sullivan piled a bunch of coats. How many coats did they have? I love they piled coats onto his lap.
Probably 2.
Does that constitute a pile?
I guess so.
It's okay. Well, anyway,
I think
you're not fooling anybody.
Is probably all they needed to say.
And you're not fooling anybody, too, if the dude in the middle seat has 2, or I don't know if he's by the window, has got 2 coats on his lap, unwittingly giving nearby passengers a heads up, if you will. And then the description of the case was that Ms. Sullivan...
Okay, they did it under the coats.
Under the coats.
Then these people that are being just narcs and just jerks and just because you're not getting a mile-high hand job doesn't mean somebody else can't. Just let them have their fun. It's a long flight.
Yeah, but
as long as they're not spraying it into the atmosphere.
Well, that's the other thing.
They're ruining their own coats.
That's yeah. Why would you want to do that onto your coat, by the way? This is what I'm saying. Just wait a little bit. Wait a little bit.
I'm not even saying wait a little bit. I'm saying these people that told on them are the problem.
Well, listen, narcs are always the problem. Tattletales, you Karens, you negative Nellies.
If you are sitting right next to them and they're doing it and you're not getting offered anything in compensation, then I have a little bit of a problem with it. But if they're in a row by themselves, let them have their fun.
The witness next to them could see what was happening, as could a mother and teenage daughter seated behind the couple. Have you ever?
No, you can't see anything behind.
No.
You can't.
Have you ever noticed what was going on in the row in front of you?
No.
No. I'm reading. I'm listening to something. I'm watching. These people, vigorous hand movements beneath the coat. So what?
Maybe it was itchy.
They are ruining one of those two coats.
Yeah, one of those coats is done.
A mother and teenage daughter. First of all, the teenage daughter knows exactly what's going on. She probably elbowed her mom.
All right,
Mom,
and
look
also,
at
what
this.
teenage? 13 or 19? Those are very different ages.
The couple in question were in their early 20s. He was 22. She was 20.
Okay.
And this went in front of like a magistrate or something who was upset with them.
Now, Wales, so I can't imagine they were attractive in the face. But, they probably had okay bodies.
The judge told them you showed no regard for the feeling of the other passengers. There was a child sitting behind you. Who do you think you are that you can blah, blah, blah? So the mom of the teenager calls a flight attendant over, and then the couple is like, blah, blah, blah. The girl said she was just rubbing her boyfriend's leg, which is super lame. Like, you don't put coats on a dude's leg to rub his leg. When they landed, the cops took them off. They had to both plead guilty to public indecency.
All right, here's a comment that's really...
And they had to pay, this is European, they had to pay £100 to each of the three witnesses. And they both got 300 hours of community service. I mean, but the dude didn't even finish.
Yeah, that's a if I'm paying £300 to, I want the.
You know what else this tells me? Because there are a lot of women listening to this right now, shaking their heads, going, "This girl had no idea what she was doing." You don't have to vigorously do anything to the point where other people can see. There's a lot of girls.
You gotta be secrete.
It's a Freudian slip. Yeah. Discreet before you secrete. Yeah.
Nicholas on the live chat said, "My ex calls me once in a while for a ride home when she's drunk and gives me road pops and always
oh, good for you.
Yeah.
Wonder if other drivers can see." And then Ivory said, "Us truckers see."
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah.
That's his ex-girlfriend?
Yeah.
So she doesn't have a current boyfriend. She calls her ex.
She does.
What?
We don't know all the details here.
Wouldn't she call the current boyfriend for a ride home?
Not if she's she's an ex for a reason.
Huh.
Branded a cheater.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I don't know the whole situation. I just know this one.
All right,
comment.
let's go with what he said. So his ex calls him to drive her home
when
she's drunk. So he's a simp. You get a call. Hey, I'm drunk.
Yeah,
Most
but if
people
you know
go,
this transaction has a
happy ending,
I wouldn't call this a simp situation, because if he gets and he kind of knows her state when she's drunk, he knows like, hey, there's a pretty good chance that if I pick her up while she's drunk, I get a little.
Wait, he's getting the hand or head in the lap?
Head in the lap.
Head in the lap.
Yeah.
So road dome.
Yeah, dome. Yeah, we'll go dome in it.
I guess. But she's drunk. She got puke on your lap?
I don't know.
Well, listen, he'd know better than we would.
Drea comes in. Jeez.
What?
Drea comes in. All I got to do is put my hand on top of it and squeeze. It throws up every time.
This is what I'm saying.
Good Lord, Drea.
That's the guy, not you.
Yeah.
There's too many of you gals overestimating your abilities. You are underestimating him. It's not your abilities.
Throws up. Wolf.
Well, good for you. See, she knows what she's doing.
Your mother's in here with his card. Would you like to leave a message? I see that she gets it.
If that's true, then you must know my mother's maiden name. What is it?
Oh. Hey, you're home. Thanks for the dome. All right, well, there's a
Don't
lot.
forget to rate 5 stars.
There's a lot going on there. But these two
More than just a tip.
don't know what they're doing on this flight. They got caught. Just squeeze. All right, I'm going to break. I'll have more money for you at 5:30. Next chance for you to grab $1,000. What?
IJS. I just squeeze.
And passes for the haunted schoolhouse and laboratory. You can get your Halloween on down there in Akron, celebrating 50 seasons of fear. So people have been hitting me up for the haunted schoolhouse tickets. I will have those for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clear skies tonight with lows near 40. Friday, sunshine 73. Saturday, a slight chance of rain and highs near 70.
This report is sponsored by Ken Ganley, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Ken Ganley, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is celebrating grand opening specials at all 4 locations. Now get our lowest price on over 1,000 new vehicles in stock and online at Ken Ganley.
trying to get yourself a couple of tickets here for the Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory down there in Akron, celebrating 50 seasons of fear. Explore the scenes and scares and incredible detail inside the Haunted Schoolhouse. They got the Midway there, so you can get some food, get some beer, whatever you're looking for. Tickets, info, everything else. HauntedSchoolhouse.com for the info there. Caller 10, this pair is yours, so good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got Disturbed tickets for you all next week, by the way. They've announced the 25th anniversary tour. WMMS presenting Disturbed next spring at the Romo Fijo with Daughtry and Nothing More. I don't know when these tickets go on sale, but we will have them for you all next week. Rover's got them. Stansbury will have them. I will have them as well. They're doing 2 sets in the same show. So they're doing The Sickness in its entirety. If you're mad that they don't play Droppin' Plates every time you've seen them live, you'll get it then. So they're going to do The Sickness in entirety and then, like, all the other stuff. And they have a rotating cast of openers on this tour. We will get Daughtry and Nothing More. So WMMS presenting Disturbed next spring. It is Monday, March the 31st at the Romo Fijo. So we'll have those for you next week. We're getting into Cleveland Monster Season 2. Finally, I got opening night tickets for you. Yeah. That is Saturday, the 26th at the Romo Fijo. They're taking on the Rochester Americans. We'll have 4 packs for you next week. Big Hair Wednesday presenting Wasp at the Agora in November. I go to that. Theory of a Dead Man Unplugged in Akron. And Kerry King from Slayer is back on his solo tour. He did a handful of dates. He was here over the summer by himself. Well, he opened for Lamb of God and Mastodon, I think. And then went back on the road with Slayer, did Riot Fest in Chicago, did a whole bunch of festivals. And now he's going back on the solo thing. So January 31st, Kerry King is going to play the House of Blues, if you're a Slayer fan. So a lot of big things next week for you to win. We will be here live every day next week. Guardians baseball situation will be, I guess I shouldn't say it'll be over, right? We don't know that it'll be over, but it won't be preempting us if it continues. About 5 minutes away, I got more money for you. Another $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You will hear Cavs basketball tonight on the Buzzard. They lost to the Bulls on Tuesday night. This is all preseason action. They'll be in Detroit to play the Pistons. Next week, they'll play the Bulls in Chicago. And then the home opener is October the 25th. That's a Friday night. They'll be playing the Pistons here at home at the Romo Fijo. But the regular season will begin in Toronto. Cavs playing the Raptors. But tonight, Pacers are in town. That's a 7 o'clock tip-off. Guardians baseball will be on WTAM 1100. A must-win game for the Cleveland Guardians. In Detroit at Comerica Park. Not ideal conditions. That's a very, very loud park. Those Tigers fans, they go shrimp house, man, when things go their way, because it usually doesn't. So that is, that will get underway in a little bit. That's a 6 o'clock pitch. Guardians-Tigers. The Seattle Kraken, NHL expansion team, they have the National Hockey League's first ever female coach. She's an assistant coach. Their head coach coached with her. Gesundheit.
Oh.
So she knows the guy. She's cute. Not that matters, but, there's a lot of, how do I put this? There's a lot of female coaches that we straight cis dudes might look at and go, yeah. Jessica Campbell is the first female coach in the National Hockey League. She was a pro female hockey player. She was the first female coach in AHL history. She's won a bunch of Canadian medals. And they have her back there as the assistant coach.
Full-time assistant coach in the NHL. And I think head coach Dan Bylsma said it best. While it is monumental to see a woman behind the bench in the NHL, he was just trying to hire the best coach, and that was Jessica. She started playing college hockey at Cornell before winning multiple medals in international play with Team Canada. She worked her way up as a coach, eventually landing in...
Well, that's that.
Good for her.
Good for her, right? Jessica Campbell. And so, why not? Back there with the guys. High sticking. It'd be tough if you were on a team and your female coach was cute. Wouldn't it? I mean, you're focused on you're focused on your job, obviously. But I don't know. So she is her bona fides are solid. Again, it's an old hacky bit, but I think that it bears reconsidering how coaches of different teams get to dress. Different sports, rather.
Well, it's also changing all the time, too, whereas it used to be a suit pretty much across the board for every sport. And then football went, you wear the gear. And now basketball, the suit era of basketball coaches is over.
Yeah, but baseball, they've always worn
the
uniform.
Yeah.
And I wonder why that is. Baseball is the only one where they wear the uniform. I mean, maybe just because it's shirt and pants. It'd look ridiculous if a basketball coach was standing there in a jersey and shorts. And obviously a hockey coach, it's not going to get padded up. Football coach, same thing. So maybe it's just as simple as the baseball uniform is the most, it's a summertime sport. You're not going to stand out there in a suit. But that would be great. I think it would be awesome to flip that whole script. The baseball coach finally gets to wear, take your pick, golf shirt, pants, whatever you want to do. Pants.
Now they'll wear like a polo shirt or something like that, or like the dry fit or whatever. They're not always wearing the actual jersey.
That is kind of old school. Yeah. Guys like Lou Piniella and but have the basketball coach wearing the shorts. And I mean like 1979 shorts. The short shorts.
Those are back.
I know.
They're big back.
It's time to get on board. What's the guy? It's not H. Carr Puffin stuff. Who's the guy now with the Cavs?
Kenny Atkinson.
Kenny Atkinson. I'm sure we've talked about it before, but I swear to God in this minute, I've never heard that name before in my life.
We have.
So Kenny Atkinson should be out there in the jersey and the shorts. In solidarity with the team.
I think that'd be hilarious.
Nothing wrong with it.
Especially you see Pop out there. Greg Popovich.
Right.
He's 80 years old.
Right.
His nuts are hanging out of the bottom of his shorts.
It looks like a grandfather clock down there. Kenny Atkinson. Okay. This is a guy who came from the Nets.
Yeah. That was his last head coaching job.
Yeah.
He came from the Warriors. He was an assistant with the Warriors.
Okay. He played professionally overseas. Never played for the NBA. And so we have him here. We couldn't get what's his name back?
Mike Brown for a fourth time?
No.
Third time, whatever?
No. David.
Njoku?
No.
He's a tight end for.
No.
David Blatt?
David Blatt.
Nah, I don't think
he's the guy who was coaching Israeli basketball.
Yeah, he's the guy that got fired when he had a winning record.
And why'd they do that?
Because
Maybe they feel bad about it now.
Like, it wasn't the right thing. And so then they sent him away and won the championship.
Yeah.
So it worked out.
Okay. Want to bring back Bingo Smith, or like a former player who could coach the team? They want to bring him back?
I guess they got the guy they wanted, Alan.
I'm sorry, he's dead. But Bingo is from Akron. You get a local boy. He was just a kid from Akron until he got older. Then he was a man from Akron, and then he passed away. I mean, some money here. It is $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. It's your shot to bet on yourself winning a grand. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I'm going to give you your final Brian of the day.
All right.
Okay.
It's the final Brian.
Final Brian of the day. He leaves us messages where he's singing songs, and a lot of times I know what the songs are. I know what this one is, but it's up to you to determine if you know what it is. Because sometimes he'll give us long, drawn out, he'll give you plenty of time to figure it out. But he's singing with no melody, so that's a cheat you can't use. That's what makes it fun, is it's really hard to place it in your head unless you know the lyrics.
Any love without passion ain't no kind of loving at all.
Now, unless you know the song, you might not know the song just from him singing. No love without passion ain't no love at all. Is that familiar at all to you? Again, it's so short, it could be a million songs. That's why it's so difficult.
Any love without passion ain't no kind of loving at all.
This is another one I know because of my mom. Used to play it when I was a kid.
Any love without passion.
Speaking of the Eagles, Browns are playing them on Sunday. They're in Philly. So I'll be doing the Cox Out pregame in Lakewood on Sunday.
Whoopsie picked the Eagles.
She did pick the Eagles. So we'll see what happens. Cox Out pregame with Bud Light. Be at the Lakewood Truck Park Sunday from noon to 2. And it's your shot to get to Las Vegas with the Bud Light Football Face-Off Challenge. So join me, won't you, on Sunday. We only have a handful of them throughout the course of the season. We're probably halfway through them. Next one's not until the 17th of November. And then what are you going to do? I guess people are up in arms because Garth Brooks, he's got a rape beef on him now. And Garth Brooks, in his counter-filing of this suit, a woman accused him of assaulting her a long time ago. And he named her in his filing. And this is always kind of controversial, too, when people do this, because these women are kept anonymous because they're
not public figures.
They're at a disadvantage with respect to like people knowing who they are or whatever. But there are also, and it's usually obviously guys that get embroiled in this kind of stuff, who make the case, hey, if you're filing a complaint, why should you be anonymous when I am not anonymous? Some people see that as an imbalance or something unfair, I guess, in the law. So people are upset with him because he named her in his filing. It's not public information, but it also wouldn't take much for it to become public information. And that's probably the point. She's a former employee of his, and she filed as a Jane Doe or Jane Roe, whatever. He says this is just somebody trying to extort money out of me. He's married.
Roe v. Gaines.
He's married to Trisha Yearwood, who some people pointed out she sold like a house the day before this story broke. That could purely be coincidence, but you also know when something like this is coming.
Yeah, but I'm sure they wouldn't need to sell a house to pay her off. Garth Brooks is a billionaire.
Not because of that, but they're like, yeah.
Right.
So people are saying, her lawyers are saying that Garth Brooks has outed her out of spite.
Well, he does have friends at low places. So what do you expect? You think he's going to play fair, or you think he's going to be a dirty little boy.
Yeah, he's going to avail himself of those kinds of people, doing things perhaps he doesn't want to do. You know, he has a live stream called Inside Studio G where he talks to people, and he made reference to this, but he didn't really say anything. He's like, oh, we should talk about it, but then he didn't really say anything about it.
But let's address the elephant in the room, shall we? This thing is on. It's going to happen, and people are telling me it could be up to 2 years. Okay, so my suggestion is we all take a deep breath. We all just kind of settle in, and let's hold hands and take the trip together. Okay, because it is something that you cannot talk about. It's not.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Also, you're Garth Brooks. You have all the money in the world. Why do you have such crappy sound quality? You have so much money. My podcast that we do in a bar sounds better than this.
Well, because he probably figures like he's in a studio, but he's also.
Then use a studio.
I
Mike.
know
use some of the equipment you got.
He's not on a boom.
It's been 2 weeks, hasn't it? We haven't been.
I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah,
lots happened in the last 2 weeks. Let's address the elephant in the room, shall we? This thing is on. It's going to happen, and people are telling me it could be up to 2 years. Okay, so my suggestion is we all take a deep breath. We all just kind of settle in.
Put a lav on.
Right, he doesn't even have that on. There's no boom. Doesn't have a lav mic on.
No,
he's just talking into the room.
He's talking to a phone. They're doing this on a goddamn phone.
And he's got a massive screen on the back wall.
Let's hold hands and take the trip together, okay? Because it is something that you cannot talk about. It's not. That's all we can say about it. So for those who joined us tonight to hear about that, I bid you a wonderful rest of your night, because that's the last we can say about it. And for those people that want to stick around, holy cow, people, Habitat. I saw a different side of my...
Anyway, he does this whole thing. Yeah, I guess you have to say something, but you got to also say something. I can't talk about it. But it's bogus. I don't know why you'd even bring it up.
If you're not going to talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah, he goes, let's address the elephant in the room. That's not I can't talk about it. It's not addressing the elephant in the room. Like the public has no right to your information of what's going on. They're going to see articles about it anyway. Mm-hmm. That's why it's the elephant in the room. This is not a story that he broke.
You think he's going to have a new song come out called Elephant in the Room?
Garth Brooks. I don't know. I don't know anything about Garth Brooks.
I know
my wife's a big fan.
I know that he really doesn't like Tom Segura.
Is that true? Yeah. Because they look so similar? Or?
No, because they do a bit on Tom's podcast where they would play bits and pieces of his Studio G stuff and kind of make fun of him and call him a serial killer.
Oh, they'll play clips of that show?
Yeah.
Why do they call him a serial killer?
Because they think he's weird and he has serial killer energy, and you can tell like he's really... They have their theories behind it, and so now, and this has been going on for years.
And he's not having a laugh over it.
No, he's not.
I see.
Because his social media is people asking where the bodies are, and like they're like YMH,
listen,
your mom's house references.
This guy created Chris Gaines. As creepy as everybody thought Chris Gaines was, he did Saturday Night Live, by the way, with his emo wig and his. And
he introduced him.
Right.
Like, Garth Brooks introduced Chris Gaines. He had to run around, put the wig on, and go out and perform.
So, in a way...
he keeps trying to get off the internet, but it's out there. If you look for it, it's out there.
In a way, respect, because that was a huge swing for Garth Brooks. That is a guy, if you are in a position to have the luxury of being bored with your career, because that's all that was. I'm bored with being Garth Brooks.
Yeah, everything I do in the country world, it just goes to the top.
Yeah.
No problem selling out all my shows.
I'm going to show you I can also shrimp the bed. Mm-hmm. And then Chris Gaines showed up. But that was all in his head. He created Chris Gaines.
What he should have done is he should have been more, like he shouldn't have called it Chris Gaines. He should have been like, all right, I have an alter ego that is, and it's Barth Brooks.
I used the name Garth in front of my daughter, and she started howling because she didn't realize it was a name.
A real name?
Yeah, she thought I made it up because she's making up wacky names all the time. My daughter's like Pound Cake. She's making up wild names all the time. They're funny. And I threw out Garth one day, and she thought that was, I created it out of whole cloth. It's not like we're sitting around watching Wayne's World, right? I mean, who are the prominent Garths?
Yeah, it's pretty much
Brooks
and
Algar.
Algar, yeah.
And I said, you don't remember Garth Anseer, the guy who used to run NBC in the late 80s, early 90s? He stared at me. I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If you're on hold, I will grab you on the way back as well.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
The Ohio laborers, they're more than just hard hats and tools. They're the backbone of Ohio's infrastructure, constructing vital projects that shape your communities. From iconic bridges spanning rivers to underground tunnels, they build connections that stand the test of time. Build Ohio right. Build it Union.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Your Cleveland Cavaliers on the Buzzard tonight. 7 o'clock tip-off. Pre-game will start 30 minutes prior. Indiana Pacers in town tonight. Jeromo Fijo. Pacers have anybody of note? Any big name on the Pacers?
Who do they got? Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton. He was on the Olympic basketball team. He got a gold medal, but his biggest contribution was a tweet that he had where he showed his gold medal and said, when you were in the group project, but you didn't do any help, or like you didn't help at all, because he didn't really play at all.
Oh, he didn't play.
Yeah.
What's his first name? Tyrese Halliburton. Is he an heir to the
yes
company that Dick Cheney was the CEO of many, many years ago?
That's exactly who it is.
And so then he's like, I need my own thing. And so he worked really hard at basketball.
Exactly.
And got himself into the National Basketball Association. Anyway, Cavs Pacers tonight, 7 o'clock. Your second of 4 preseason games before they start the regular season on the 23rd, and the home opener will be Friday the 25th against the Detroit Pistons, who were terrible last season. They were the Chicago White Sox of the NBA, if memory serves, last season.
Correct.
But
their coach after one season?
Yeah, beginning of a new season, it's a level playing field. Everybody's excited. I think Bronny and Bron and the Lakers will be in town the night before Halloween. I think that might be the one appearance that they make in Cleveland this season, right? Very beginning of the season. A couple of away games in L.A., but I think that might be the only time they show up. And then the Guardians have to win tonight to stay in it. They're in Detroit. It was 3-0, I think, was the final last night. Cold bats from your Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah, they haven't done a lot.
So they haven't scored a run since Saturday. But you know what?
Yeah, neither are you.
That's what I'm saying. Here's my hot take.
Due.
Here's my hot take.
All right. Give
it's through no fault of their own. They're out there trying.
Fate.
They're trying. So Comerica Park tonight, 6:08 is that start. I won't be offended if you click over to WTAM 1100 to take that game in.
You know what? I'll take you up on that.
Not you. Anybody but you can click over and listen.
You got to be specific.
All right.
Got my Partying Like a Guardian shirt on.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a pants creation?
That's a pants creation.
Partying Like a Guardian.
Yeah.
All right.
I got to meet Carlos Baerga for his second time today.
Okay, so you mentioned that earlier. Wait.
He used to play for the Indians. In the 90s.
I know that. Why is he a big deal?
Because he was
in the
big deal on those 90s teams that went to the World Series a couple times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was there for the glory days.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, like my most fond years of watching Cleveland Indians baseball, Carlos Baerga was a big part of that.
Why is he here today?
He's doing some stuff for the radio broadcast, pregame, postgame stuff.
Gotcha.
I think.
Okay.
Analysis.
An official situation over there.
Yeah.
At TAM. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, there you go.
Many years ago, when I first joined the show, that first summer, they did a wiffle ball game over in Public Square when it was still Horseshoe Casino.
Right.
And it was me and Erica. The all-time pitcher was Mario Lopez. And
I remember this.
And they had a bunch of different people from, the former players, basketball, baseball, football, playing wiffle ball. And it was very fun to watch the football and basketball players attempt to play wiffle ball because they were terrible.
Right.
And then Carlos Baerga and Mike Hargrove would get up there and just rip. You'd never seen a wiffle ball travel like that.
He was a big hitter, right, Carlos Baerga?
No, I mean, he wasn't known for his power, but he was a pretty good. He wasn't a power hitter, but he was a good hitter.
Yeah.
But any baseball player is going to be able to do that, especially when you compared to, a football player or a basketball player.
Mhm.
Campy Russell's never swung a baseball bat, really. It's too big.
Right. All right.
So it was really cool. It was really fun to participate with that, and I reminded him of that. He's like, oh, yeah, I remember. But he's got a really deep voice, too. Oh,
That's good for radio. Not to be confused, by the way, with the Alan Cox Show wiffle ball bat battle. Didn't we do the wiffle ball bat battle?
Yeah. Now, that was a lot different.
That was very different. There was no Carlos Baerga.
No, there's not. There's
no Mario Lopez.
There was a very uninformed stripper that didn't know what was going on.
Right. I don't even remember
what her role was.
I don't even remember what that bit was.
It was we were giving away tickets for something.
The wiffle ball bat battle.
And we were giving away tickets for something, and I think she was the pitcher.
Okay.
I think she was pitching, and I don't know if she had gone to sleep at all the night before.
Okay. This is when we were still at Oak Tree.
Yeah, this is a long time ago. Is it on YouTube?
I don't know about that. And so she was doing this down the hall.
Yeah, we were in that little alcove we had between the two studios.
Right.
Between us and Kiss.
Okay. No, I don't see that anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. People were telling me in the break, hey, if you go to Garth Brooks' Instagram and look at the comments on any post, it's hilarious. But it looks like he's turned them off.
Yeah, I imagine.
There's a few posts, if you go further back, they've either turned them off or they have weeded out the ones they don't want.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's got somebody that does that.
He's got a social media team that's working overtime to clear everything out.
But the recent posts, there's one with him and Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter. So that's from last year because she passed away, I think, about this time last year. And Jimmy Carter, he posted it because Jimmy Carter just turned 100, and they were doing some work with Habitat for Humanity. But it looks like he's turned the comments off, which is probably the smart way to do it. Now, Garth Brooks has 1.9 million followers on Instagram. That seems low. 1.9 million for Garth Brooks.
But it's also his audience is a Facebook audience.
You think?
Yeah.
But I would think he'd have more than 2 million people following on Instagram. I mean, you've got, I know it's apples and oranges, but I mean, you have some celebrities that have
20 million,
200
million.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Taylor Swift or a Selena Gomez, I get it. That's your
Let's
crowd.
See what he's got on Facebook.
But even Garth Brooks, I mean, that just seems low. 2 million people following you on Instagram. I mean, there's plenty of olds on Instagram now. It's not like the hip new platform,
Right, but there's still,
I know Facebook is where those people are.
He's got 5 million on Facebook.
Okay. I mean, they have to remind us here all the time when we talk social media. They're like, most of your audience is still on Facebook. I'm like, really? Because I'm on there twice a week. Barely. I'm just not. I'm like, if that's where our people are, I mean, cool. I'll go on there a couple times a week and just make sure that I'm answering whatever messages we might get from people. But I don't even reflexively go to Facebook. For the metal show, I'll post playlists and things like that. And I'll go on just to make sure that, because I'll post the show. I'll post the podcast to our Facebook page every day just to make sure it's there. But I'm never, other than our audience, I'm not going on Facebook and engaging with things.
I'll do a happy birthday to somebody if it shows up in my feed. And then I do I'm just posting about work stuff. Not.
I mean, I guess it's a good reminder for me because there's a part of my brain that thinks that people have moved on from Facebook. They very much have not. It's still massive people on Facebook. I still think of it as kind of a punchline, like when people are freaking out, that's where they're going. Probably because that's still true. But I spend way more time on Instagram than anything else. I barely go to Twitter anymore.
I
at least once a week.
I took my Twitter down.
I was going to say, at least once a week, I go, I should just delete this. I'm not on it. But then I'll, members only Dave will send me his Kiss Depeche Mode porno mix. And I'll repost that. But I don't know. Did you see speaking of Twitter, that's where I saw the photo of the decapitated Mexican mayor. Did you see that?
No.
So this, you thought we had political problems in the United States. 6 days into his tenure as mayor, young guy, he was sworn in on September 30th. He was the mayor of Chilpancingo, the capital of Guerrero. Mayor Alejandro Arcos, newly elected mayor. I mean, you have to have mayors and governors and things like that in Mexico, but you want to talk about a dangerous situation when there's cartels and there's just nonstop violence against government officials. Mexico has their first ever female president. She was just inaugurated, and there's plenty of people who don't like her. They don't like the fact she's a woman. They don't like the fact that she's Jewish. She's got a lot of things going against her with a contingent of the population. She still won, but a newly elected mayor, they cut his head off, left the body in the car, and put the head on the truck. If you're watching the live stream, I'll show you the photo here. That's his head on the top of a car that was nearby where they found his body. There's the body in the car, minus the head. It's just his body with a blanket over it. I have to imagine law enforcement did that.
They take
and then they
serious down there.
And then they put his head on the roof of the car, not the hood.
Yeah,
left the body inside, head on the roof. Yeah, they don't screw around, boy. Hello, who's this?
Alan.
Yes, who's this?
Mike.
Mike, hello. Thank you for holding on, Mike. What's up?
Oh, yeah, no problem. Hey, first thing, you were talking about the Guardians games and kicking it over to TAM. I'm just curious, why would the MMS play most of the games most of the time? And this is the most important game of the season by far, and they're not broadcasting it.
It's
just curious if you know.
It's all contractual stuff and scheduling that's above my pay grade. I know that when the Cavs season begins, that takes precedent because you're not always guaranteed Guardians October baseball. We're not always here.
Gotcha.
We're not always having to contend with those conflicts.
All right. I was just curious.
I would much rather have Guardians playoff baseball in MMS, but especially since it's just preseason Cavaliers. But that's all above and beyond what I'm responsible for. I don't know how all that works.
Okay. Fair enough. The reason I called is I see a discrepancy. I made an observation with Bill. Great job for stepping up after the goat passed away with Whoopsie, and nice work you're doing with that whole thing.
We're trying.
But I did see good job. So I did notice, I didn't go back through all your tapes. I see every thing that you post is at. But Whoopsie tends to go to the treat to the right way more than she goes to the treat to the left. So I'm wondering if you could.
Well, from her perspective, it's the left.
Yeah, that's her left, Mike.
It's the left, right?
Yeah.
From camera angle, it's our right. So I'm just curious. I mean, so does your decision making go into this process where you're purposely putting the team that you may think is going to win on the right? Because I don't know if you made that observation.
I have made that observation.
Oh, I see what he's talking about.
What I've been doing is putting the home team on the right. Just because that's usually, like, from my perspective from the camera, home team goes on the right. Because that's usually how they do it. Like,
okay.
But last week, I didn't do that for the Jets game, and if I would have, she would have gone 5 for 5.
Right.
And so
she's a homer.
Yeah. But that's the thing. I'm storming an idea. Brainwashing. I'm brainstorming.
You're brainwashing the dog.
She's already brainwashed. She's got a clean, stupid little brain. But I'm trying to come up with a way to try and get a little bit more randomness into the picks. So I'm going to workshop a few things this week and see what we can do next week to try and get something a little more, exciting, because it is fun, it's cute, but I wanted to have that element of which one is she going to pick.
Surprise.
And right now, there's none of that.
Bottom line is, Mike,
Right,
he's taking your concerns to heart.
Oh, that's great. Okay, just want to make sure everything's on the up and level and all squared up.
Yeah.
So
Make sure that it's
what
not.
it comes down to is she doesn't really care about my money.
Yeah,
she doesn't care. She just wants. She gets 2 treats, and either way.
Make sure she's complying with Ohio State gambling laws. Is what
Correct,
Mike's
yeah.
concerned about. All right, thank you, Mike. We've got to go. It's been fun, but it's all over for today, and we'll be back. Oh, Monday. I'm out tomorrow. Yeah, okay. What do you have coming up, William?
This Friday and Saturday, I'm going to be at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls. 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday. You can get tickets at funnystop.com, or you can call 330-923-4700, and we'll get you in there. And I believe if you call right now, you can get 2 for 1 on Friday.
Hey.
Tell them I said that.
All right, cool. Okay, the show in its entirety available for you on the iHeartRadio app. A Saturday night, if you're a metal fan, we do our metal show. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight, and fittingly, it starts at 10 o'clock. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. 120 minutes of nothing but metal. Good stuff, too. Sunday morning, The Week in Cox. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from this week. This week was all over the place. But 8 to 10 a.m. every Sunday, you'll get the week compressed. And then, what else? Oh, Cox Out pregame. Sunday afternoon when the Browns are on the road. So am I. So we'll be back at the Lakewood Truck Park. Might get you to Vegas, courtesy of Bud Light. So noon to 2. Let's hang out in Lakewood on Sunday afternoon. And go Browns. And I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is 11-year NBA veteran Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Hurricane Milton's having an impact on Tampa area sports, causing damage to stadiums while forcing games to be postponed during relief efforts. Browns wideout Amari Cooper says being traded is the furthest thing from his mind. He's in the last year of his contract as the season circles the drain. And the Cavs continue the preseason tonight. They host Indiana. Cleveland looking to bounce back from a loss